Good morning, everyone. My name is Charles Allen. I'm the Ward 6 Council Member and Chair of the Council's Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Today is Monday, June 2nd, 2025, and we are meeting both in room 120 of the John A. Wilson Building and on the Zoom virtual platform. The time is now 9:08 a.m., and I'm calling to order this budget oversight hearing of the committee. This is the committee's first budget oversight hearing on the mayor's fiscal year 2026 proposed budget, and today the committee will receive testimony from the public witnesses on the District Department of Transportation. DDOT's mission is to equitably deliver a safe, sustainable, and reliable multimodal transportation network for all residents and visitors of the District of Columbia. Pursuant to that mission, DDOT designs, constructs, maintains, and repairs alleys, sidewalks, streets, bike lanes, bridges, and tunnels throughout the district. The agency also manages the DC streetcar and until last year managed the circulator bus service. Additionally, DDOT administers the district's inventory of automated traffic enforcement cameras, which issue tickets for speeding and failing to stop at a signal. And among its numerous other functions, DDOT plays a critical role in school safety through its safe routes to school and school crossing guard programs. Beyond managing transportation projects, DDOT is also one of the main agencies involved in public space management, whether it's closing off streets for a parade or a farmer's market, or issuing permits for streeteries or block parties. The agency's urban forestry division cultivates the district's urban tree canopy, which beautifies the city while offering residents and visitors shade. And when the sun does go down, DDOT's responsible for illuminating the district with its streetlight program. So while DDOT is the district's transportation agency, it also shapes the very character and culture of our city. So I really look forward to today's conversation. As a quick overview, the mayor's proposed FY26 operating budget for DDOT is $175.9 million, which represents a 5.1% decrease from the FY25 approved budget of $185 million. This funding supports about 796 FTEs, a decrease of 2 FTEs supported in the FY25 budget. DDOT's proposed capital budget is $683 million. This represents an 18% reduction from its FY25 approved capital budget of $835 million. The capital budget supports almost 491 FTEs, which is up 2% from the prior year. With that, some comments on the format of today's hearing. Public witnesses testifying on their own behalf will have 3 minutes to testify, and A&C commissioners or those testifying on behalf of an organization will have 5. If there are multiple witnesses testifying on behalf of the same organization, the first witness will have the full 5 minutes to testify, and any other witness will each have 3 minutes. We're going to be using a timer to keep us all on schedule. For witnesses that are testifying in person, please take a seat at the table when your name is called. For witnesses that are joining us virtually, you'll receive a prompt via Zoom to accept a promotion to the panel. After finishing your testimony, please remain seated or in the Zoom for questions. And for anyone who's interested in submitting testimony for the record, the committee will accept written testimony through the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings until June 17th, 2025. And especially since we just got the budget last week and our first hearing is only a few days later, again, encourage people to please get comments to us if you haven't had time to fully digest the budget. And we'll be accepting those through June 17th, 2025, because our committee markups will be the following week after that. So let's turn to our first panel of public witnesses. I'm going to call out the names. We have 6 people on our first panel. We have East Peterson-Trujillo, who's the campaign director with the Green New Deal for DC. Mike Litt, who's the chapter chair, the Sustainable Transportation Committee chair with the Sierra Club DC chapter. William Washburn, who's the chair of the Environmental and Climate Justice Committee with the NAACP Washington, D.C. branch. We have Alex Baka, who is the D.C. Policy Director with Greater Washington. Cheryl Cort, who's the Policy Director with the Coalition for Smarter Growth. And Rob Schott, who's the Director of Tree Operations with Casey Trees. All right, so if you are in person and I call your name, we want you to come on up to the table and grab a seat. And for anybody else, we're going to be promoting you virtually onto the panel. All right, East Peterson-Trujillo, I think you are there. And so you're joining us virtually. So let me turn to you to kick us off.
Good morning, Councilmember. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the budget for the District Department of Transportation. I want to focus today on relationship between DDOT and the Washington Metro Area Transit Authority. There's much more to get into as you said, and a lot to dig into in the budget, but that's where I'm going to focus today. My name is East Peterson-Trujillo. I'm the campaign director with Green New Deal for DC, as well as a Ward 4 resident, and my organization is a proud member of the Fair Budget Coalition. Chairperson Allen, I want to thank you for championing Metro for DC to a successful passage in 2022 and 2023. And I want to ask the committee to fund Metro for DC in this year's budget with $47.4 million to WMATA to make Metrobus free for DC residents. I understand that the barriers to funding Metro for DC are Mayor Bowser and WMATA GM Randy Clark. It's clear that the mayor's priority is $1 billion giveaway to a billionaire rather than funding critical services that support our most vulnerable neighbors. And I hope that the committee takes it upon itself to fund this measure that you passed into law over 2 years ago. And Green New Deal for DC fully supports the council exploring new mechanisms to fund Metro for DC. Working class DC residents rely on our public transportation to go to work, school, move around the city. The transit system that moves our region creates a livable wage for our hardworking bus and metro rail operators, as well as economic opportunities for local businesses. We've also seen transit injustice exacerbated by the mayor shutting down the circulator at the end of 2024. As a frequent Metro bus and Metro rail rider, I've seen increased policing and fare enforcement ramp up over the last year, and the effects have devastated my community and tarnished my view of our public transportation system. All of our buses now flash the text fare required on their signage in between route information, despite the fact that our city's law says that the fare should be $0 and 0 cents. Funding Metro for DC is a critical way to offer tangible financial support to some of the most vulnerable community members. People who evade Metro fares and skip tapping their smart card on the bus do not want to take advantage of the system. People can't afford to pay $4.50 per day minimum to commute to work. WMATA has also simultaneously failed to publicize affordability programs like Metro Lift. I pay for the bus because I can. I have comfortable, consistent employment that allows me to spend on transportation. I can't fathom the logic behind paying for an MPD officer who earns at least $31 per hour to enforce a $2 to $3 fare, which should be free, 50 free for the bus. Policing and fare enforcement do not make our communities more safe. They are a waste of taxpayer dollars, spur conflict, and endanger workers and passengers. At Green New Deal for DC, we think about the impacts of current and potential policy on the health of people and our planet. Funding Metro for DC is not only a public good for DC residents, it's also very good for the environment and public health. The more DC residents have access to easily use public transit, fewer cars on the road, reducing dangerous pollution, which contributes both to health conditions like asthma as well as global climate change. Fewer cars also means DC residents are safer from car accidents, and hopefully that DDOT has less to spend on things like repairs. Councilmember Allen, it is imperative that you advocate for the rider and the worker in making our public transportation an accessible, affordable, sustainable system that works for DC. And thank you for your advocacy on this so far. That starts with $47.4 million to make Metrobus free for DC residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Next, let me turn to Mike Litt, who I think is also joining us online.
Yes, good morning, Chair Allen. My name is Mike Litt. I'm a car-free renter in Ward 6. I chair both the Sierra Club DC chapter and our Sustainable Transportation Committee. We represent about 7,000 members and supporters across all 8 wards. Today, I'm sharing top-line recommendations from our written testimony on the proposed DDOT budget, starting with transit service and infrastructure. We oppose the $36 million in proposed cuts to bus priority projects. These projects are key to improving speed and addressing the additional time that transit riders are taxed with compared to drivers. DDOT is already behind on its bus lane goals, so we should be accelerating, not cutting this work. We commend the funding increase to support the Clear Lanes project, which enforces traffic violations in bus lanes, and urge DDOT to publish data on its results. We also appreciate funding to keep Metro afloat in FY26, but urge long-term dedicated funding. Tools like a land value tax and congestion pricing should be seriously considered. With the proposed end of streetcar service in 2 years, its replacement must be frequent, electrified, and equitable, and extend to the Benning Road Metro Station. Next, to bicycle, pedestrian, and traffic safety. Traffic fatalities are down significantly this year so far. The proposed 52% increase to the Vision Zero operating budget is a step in the right direction, but to maintain progress, we have to protect dedicated safety funding. Specifically, the Vision Zero Pedestrian and Bicycle Safety Fund should not be converted into a lapsing fund as proposed. It must remain fully available for traffic calming and safety projects. We applaud the $5 million increase for capital bike share. We support even greater investment as ridership grows. We still urge restoration of protected bike lanes to the Connecticut Avenue redesign, which had strong community support before being reversed by the mayor. We support the proposed $6.4 million increase for automated traffic enforcement, but cameras alone are not enough. We urge full funding for the STEER Act and Parking Enforcement Act to hold dangerous drivers accountable, including the creation of a new point system to prioritize the booting and towing of dangerous vehicles. On to reducing car use and emissions. We urge the council to remove the proposed repeal of the parking cash-out law, which ensures non-drivers receive equal commuter benefits if their employer offers parking benefits. We also call on DDOT to finally release its study on congestion pricing, a policy that could reduce traffic, lower emissions, and fund better transit. Especially during budget cuts, the public deserves to see the results. #release the study. If the commanders return to the RFK site, the district must not overdevelop parking facilities. Instead, we should prioritize metro access, bike infrastructure, and amenities like a bike valet as seen at Nats Park. And we urge the council not to waive parking-related revenues, such as sales tax on stadium parking. We also commend the council for passing the Plaza Act. Fully funding this law will move us toward more vibrant, people-centered public spaces and car-free corridors. On to electrification. The district should not delay its zero-emission fleet transition by a year as proposed in the Budget Support Act. We cannot afford to delay our clean fleet transition. We thank the council for passing the EV charging law and urge full funding so residents can access reliable public charging. We also support continued funding for the e-bike rebate program, which helps residents afford the convenience of e-bikes. And finally, can't forget the trees. We urge the council to reverse the proposal to make the tree fund a lapsing fund. This could jeopardize our fall planting season. We also support Chairman Mendelson's bill to expand tree protections and increase removal fees to keep pace with inflation. And just to end here, we look forward to working with you to align the budget with the district's climate goals and ensure a sustainable transportation future for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Litt. Next, let me turn to William Washburn. Also joining us online, Mr. Washburn.
Mm-hmm.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Allen, members of the Transportation Environment Committee. I'm William Washburn. I chair the Environmental and Climate Justice Committee for the NAACP Washington, D.C. branch. And I'm also a longtime resident of Ward 8. I'm here this morning to speak to you with regards to the cities and the Washington Commanders' proposed plans to redevelop the RFK Stadium site with a new stadium for the Washington football team. And I am speaking with regards to two issues regarding how the city intends to fund transportation access to this site. Two issues that we deal with, particularly with regards to transportation equity, involve the pushing for the use of transportation modes that reduce emissions. In our work, we represent communities, particularly in wards 5, 7, and 8, that are disproportionately impacted by traffic-related air pollution. And so we strongly oppose any transportation access investments for this site that would involve spending hundreds of millions of dollars for parking. The RFK Stadium was opened in 1969. At that time, there was no metro. There is a metro station there now. And we strongly urge the city to prioritize transportation investment for this site that capitalizes on that metro station. We see a losing proposition in the city, signing on to an agreement that only produces a study for the needed investment to upgrade and enlarge the Stadium Armory Metro Station to provide access. This district has two other major sports facilities in town. The Capital One Plaza has no parking at all. This is the original owners. The owners of that facility came in wanting to put up to 1,000 spaces there. The Nats Ballpark has parking for 1,200 vehicles. The proposal for the RFK replacement stadium talks about parking for up to 5,000 cars. There's no way that the street network surrounding that site can possibly handle the traffic going into that area. We are talking a situation that will be gridlock. It will add to the environmental injustice of heightened traffic-related air pollution affecting residents in the neighborhoods surrounding this site, and the additional automobile traffic will overwhelm the roads that lead to that site. And these because the access from the Southeast Freeway going to the stadium site originally was free of at-grade intersections. That is not the case today. There's an at-grade intersection at 11th Street, and it regularly backs up, particularly in the afternoons and even on weekends. It regularly backs up. And so we are saying that instead, the city should ensure that the team helps to fund the enlargement of RFK Stadium, and that parking be limited to no more than 500 to say 1,000 spaces. Really, 500 would be the better number. And it should all be enclosed spaces so that this site can actually be a walkable, attractive site that provides equitable access by transit to this stadium. And with that, I conclude my testimony on behalf of the NAACP DC Branch Environmental and Climate Justice Committee, and I'll take any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Washburn. And I could not agree more with your comments there. So stick around for a second. I'll come back with some questions just a little bit. Next, let me turn to Alex Baka. Actually, I'm not sure if Alex Baka has joined us yet. So Cheryl Cort, let me check to see if you're with us.
Yes, Councilmember, I'm here.
There we go. All right. Good morning to you. Let me turn it over to you.
Good morning, Councilmember. My name is Cheryl Cort. I'm the Policy Director for the Coalition for Smarter Growth. We're a nonprofit that advocates for walkable, bikeable, inclusive, and transit-oriented communities as the most sustainable and equitable way for the DC region to grow and provide opportunities for all. We wish to comment specifically on one item now, and we'll submit more detailed testimony later. Regarding Subtitle N of the BSA, it repeals the parking cash out law, eliminating the requirement that employers provide a cash equivalent to employees otherwise entitled to parking benefits, that opt out of those benefits and pay a compliance fee or implement a transportation demand management plan. This law was put into effect in 2020 or adopted in 2020. Employers have found it not difficult to comply with. There's no effect on the budget per the FIS for the BSA. And if the mayor would like the council to reconsider this policy, she should file a separate bill so that it may be given a hearing and go through a regular process. We've found that the parking cash out bill or law helps downtown and commuters. The proposed repeal really makes no sense. Beyond the BSA being an inappropriate mechanism, substantively, parking cash out is a downtown revitalization tool. A repeal would undermine DC's efforts to reduce traffic congestion and increase access to downtown. The parking cash out law provides greater flexibility to employees who want healthier commutes and to reduce traffic generated and incentivized by inflexible parking only commuter benefits. Perpetuating parking only benefits increases unnecessary traffic congestion and pollution, worsening downtown commutes and accessibility. Repeal of this law undermines DC's leading attributes of an easy and affordable bike, walk, and transit commute, which attracts the next generation workforce. The law is not a burden to business because an employer always has the choice to not subsidize parking and not be subject to flexing requirements, and also simple to comply with. We have seen good results from the initiation of implementation of this law. The second reporting cycle ended in January 2025, where more than 800 workers shifted from drive-alone commutes to transit, bike, walk, or car, van pool commutes. These are exciting results to build on. To realize the full benefit of this law of reducing traffic congestion and enhancing attractiveness of downtown employment, DDOT must expand implementation to ensure all covered employers are complying with the law. Ironically, the repeal would require additional budget cuts to make up for the surprising $1 million in fees that employers have chosen to provide in last year's program implementation. Instead of repeal, we should continue the success of this flexible benefits law, and that helps reduce traffic congestion, pollution, increase access to downtown, and increase workers' ability to choose sustainable commutes. We certainly thank Councilmember Allen for your leadership in seeing this law, the innovative law, from beginning to implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cort. And last on this panel, we have Rob Schott, if I pronounced that correctly, from Casey Trees.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. Chair Allen, Council members, Kevin, and staff. I'm Rob Schott, the Director of Tree Operations at Casey Trees. As an organization, we'd like to thank the Mayor, Director Kirschbaum, and Council for continued support of DDOT's Urban Forestry Division. We commend UFD's ongoing work to care for DC's tree canopy and the commitment of their talented arborists to ensuring that every ward of our city is green and thriving. We recognize that the district is facing many challenges in the FY26 budget, and we're appreciative that the Urban Forestry Division's overall level of funding appears to be predominantly consistent with last year. The level of funding and staffing is critical to ensuring that our city meets its 40% tree canopy goal by 2032. However, we're concerned that there are some flags and uncertainty in the budget in regards to how these funds are distributed and what programs and services may be impacted. For instance, the Urban Forestry Division's capital budget appears to have been zeroed out for tree planting funds in FY26 and zeroed out all capital funds starting in FY27. These capital funds has historically covered a majority of UFD's labor costs, including 43 FTEs. We urge Council to look into this alarming projection and ensure UFD remains staffed and funded consistently this year and in the coming years to ensure their critical programs and services continue running smoothly. We're also concerned the tree fund is slated to become a lapsing fund starting this fiscal year. This undermines the intent of the tree fund to mitigate the impacts of tree removals by collecting fees that pay for replacement tree plantings. By changing this to a lapsing fund, these tree planting dollars may be sent to the city's general fund and used for other purposes. These replacement trees may never be planted, creating a net loss of tree canopy within the district. Could also create ineffective uses in the deployment of the funds due to a use-or-lose mentality and creates instability in the program supported by the tree fund. Additionally, the lapsing fund could mitigate the effectiveness of the income contingent program for hazardous tree removal, a program utilized to supplement vulnerable communities. The tree fund supports the River Smart Homes program, the DC State Nursery, and the income contingent hazardous tree removal program. KC Tree works in partnership with the city on both River Smart Homes programs and hosts the DC State Tree Nursery. Collectively, $1.34 million of those funds helped KC Trees grow 7,000 trees at the DC Nursery specifically for the use in the district and assisted KC Trees in the installation of 4,050 trees across the city. Lastly, the needs of trees don't always align nicely with a fiscal year, and having the tree fund available when needed is critical to fostering a safe and growing urban canopy. We urge the mayor and council to ensure the integrity of the tree fund by retaining it as a non-lapsing special purpose revenue fund as directed by the statute. As a city partner of over 20 years, KC Trees understands the importance of private-public partnerships, especially during tight budget years. We are proud of our long partnerships with the city and are always looking for ways to offer additional support. KC Trees has built a strong network of engaged community leaders across the district. We're willing to use our expertise and resources to assist the urban forest by training and supporting those residents on basic care such as watering, mulching, pruning, planting. Allowing trained and engaged residents to take on some of the work on a volunteer basis would free up valuable time and resources for UFD. This would come at no cost to the city. Finally, we hope the council expeditiously moves forward the Tree Preservation Enhancement Amendment Act of 2025, which not only protects more of our city's special trees, but also ensures permit fees are properly adjusted to inflation and thereby helping the city keep pace with increased tree planting costs. Council Chair Allen, as you know, for the 5th straight year, Washington, D.C. has been named the best city in the United States of America for our city's parks. In D.C., parks are an integral part of our history, dating back to the L'Enfant Plan. These green spaces were strategically located in the original layout of the city. Alongside these, parks networks were the spaces in front of our homes, once considered parks. Street trees were incorporated as mini parks throughout the city to offer myriads of benefits that we know and appreciate. We have a history of prioritizing trees in our communities across Washington, D.C., and that requires continued investment, maintenance, and attention, even in challenging years. The investments we make today in our city tree canopy will compound in public health, community, and climate resilience benefits far into the future. It is imperative that we prioritize protecting and funding our tree canopy for the benefit of our residents and future generations of Washingtonians. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much. Also, Alex Baka has joined us now. So I know I called Alex a moment ago, but before we turn to questions for this panel, Alex Baka, why don't I turn to you for your testimony, then we'll do questions right after that.
Good morning. Thank you, Council Member. I'm testifying on behalf of Greater Washington today, where I serve as DC Policy Director. The most significant feature of Mayor Muriel Bowser's FY26 budget with regard to this committee is that typical functions of the District Department of Transportation have been shunted significantly to the Office of the Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. Much of what only DDOT can successfully carry out, including streetscape reconstructions, is hidden in DEMPED's budget, which in some places converts DDOT's capital funding to operating dollars via DEMPED's grant-making authority. Meanwhile, DDOT is seeing cuts to effective programs such as Bus Priority, whose stated outcomes should be expedited rather than slowed. We are happy to work with the committee to identify ways to fund GG Wash's priorities, which include bus and bike lanes. In the same way, we request from the committee a BSA subtitle that defines the report referenced in section 50921.21b of the DC Code as public. Earth Justice, on behalf of Greater Washington, recently filed a FOIA request that was by no response by a defined date, denied by the district government. The report has been complete as required by code since 2021. Deliberative privilege is a thinner and thinner reasoning for the executive suppression of the report. Please amend the aforementioned section of the code to define the completed road pricing report as public so that residents and decision makers in the district can be made to understand the extent to which they are being denied a potential revenue source. That's the extent of my submitted testimony. I would just add in the time that I have left that it's a pretty abrupt budget. As you know, I myself am still working through some of the features of it, and we're happy to talk about revenue raisers with the committee throughout the budgeting process and figure out ways to get some funding for the things that we care about. But I do find it somewhat outstanding that so much of what DDOT typically does, again, particularly in terms of streetscape reconstruction, is now under DEMPED, and that seems particularly problematic. So we're here to help, here to support what we can, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Baka. All right, thanks to everybody on this panel. Let me run through a couple of items. For East, definitely appreciate your testimony and support for Metro for DC. I agree with all of your points about why it was so important and why it needed to be done. I think you accurately pointed out the $47 million price tag is one hurdle. The second hurdle that we have had is that even if we identify the dollars, the other Metro Board members have to agree and approve, and thus far the Metro Board members from Maryland and Virginia do not want us to do this. So even if we identify the funds, the Metro Board won't accept them in essence. Perhaps that's because they know that their constituents would love to have this as well. So for me, it's something we'll continue to work on. But I think it's right that it can be incredibly beneficial for all residents, for all workers, for everybody. We obviously think it's good enough for to making sure our students and our kids can get to school this way. So I think it'd be a great way for us to expand this. The last thing I'll note, I appreciate you lifting up Metro Lift. It is a way to provide a 50% discount essentially on Metro bus and Metro rail trips for anybody enrolled in SNAP. Federal congressional actions aside, related to SNAP, I think one of the challenges we have, and my staff and I have been working on some ideas around this, the more that we throw hurdles up in front of people to be able to enroll in programs when they're already eligible, just means that fewer and fewer people can actually navigate that process. So the more that we can make the enrollment automatic and easy, the more success we're going to have in getting people fully enrolled in these types of programs. And, so I think we had to continue pushing for enrollment and making sure people know about this program, but I think we also need to find ways to be innovative so that enrollment can just be automatic. So someone who's already gone through a SNAP eligibility review process, we just go ahead and make them automatically in these programs. So I just appreciated your testimony again and look forward to trying to partner with you on a lot of those fronts. Mike Litt, glad you touched on a lot of things, so I'm going to get to all of them, but I do appreciate you talking about the bus priority lanes. The way that we kind of look at it is it's less funding and over more years. And I was going to kind of ask you from your perspective, while there are still funds there, it's a $36 million reduction and it's spread out over a longer period of time. Would you say that feels like a kind of retreat from some of the bus priority lane investments that we've made? Is it a budget acknowledgement of just a tougher environment? Is it a different priorities? How would you kind of think about that a little bit?
Yeah, one thing that comes to mind is our concern that DDOT had a goal of constructing 25 miles of bus lane, priority bus lane, by this year. And I believe we're at about 13 miles. Mm-hmm. And so the idea of cutting bus priority projects by so much does seem like bus priority is not necessarily getting prioritized.
Yeah. Well, I think, you highlight a lot of different priorities, and I'm also not going to ignore the fact that this is a difficult budget, and so we are going to have to think through how do we prioritize these different elements, because I'm not going to be able to fund all of them. So I would ask you to stay engaged with us as we kind of continue over the next few weeks, so we try to think through how do we help prioritize where we can and what we can and try to make good choices. I will kind of acknowledge we're not going to be able to do everything, and I don't think you're asking us to either. You're highlighting what you think are some key priorities. It kind of flows your testimony right into Mr. Washburn's around bus. So, Mr. Washburn, I couldn't agree with you more. Regardless of whether or not we actually end up building a 65,000 seat NFL stadium, we're going to redevelop the RFK site. There's no question that that's needed and necessary. It's also an opportunity to create 6,000, 7,000 new homes. That's about 20,000 residents. When I think about the Noma neighborhood, which years ago when the Noma metro station was one of the first infill stations and it opened up, and if you look back at pictures then when it first opened up, it's just a station kind of in isolation surrounded by a bunch of empty lots. And I'm sure plenty of folks thought that we were crazy. Today, 15,000 people live there, tens of thousands of jobs are created, parks, grocery stores, restaurants, retail. It's really shown what you can do when you lead with transit and then work on all the development around it. And building parking spaces for 8,000 cars for some major events while not putting a dime into metro expansion is just nuts. I think it's one of the biggest failures and missteps of this whole proposal in front of us, and there are many. I don't deny that there will be some parking needs, but if we lead with parking and 8,000 parking spots, then we are going to automatically guarantee a massive amount of congestion that's going to be coming into that space. We have a metro station there. Everything we do should be thinking about how we move people in and out of this brand new neighborhood with transit. There's a 2006 study of the Stadium Armory metro station itself, which looked at the capacity. And in that report, it says, as long as there's not a new stadium coming, the station should be able to meet capacity demands. So it's in 2006, we knew this station was not going to be able to handle a new stadium that's coming in. And at the same time, and Mr. Washburn, this is where I'm going to go a little bit as it relates to streetcar and bus, we have a proposed elimination of the streetcar as well as the streetcar expansion to the east into Ward 7, which I know that many members in Ward 7 feel very frustrated with that. And we have and I put it in air quotes, next generation streetcar, which is a bus that they want to run separately from WMATA along that corridor. I think we need to be a lot more bold in what this could look like. If we are going to transition away from a streetcar, then we need to be thinking about bus priority along H and Benning and Points East that could really serve whatever the new campus entails at RFK. I believe we should be building a new metro station itself, frankly, right there along Benning in Oklahoma. How hard do you think we need to push on this, that we need to remove or at least greatly minimize the amount of parking spaces that are being dedicated and instead really focus those resources and dollars towards transit expansion and transit support?
Well, Council Chair, Committee Chair, I believe, well, let me say NAACP DC branch strongly believes that it is essential to push for access to this site, whether or not the stadium is built, that prioritizes the use of zero emission vehicles. That includes expanding the RFK Stadium because it's already there. And that does include looking at if the streetcar is going to go away, then we need to replace the streetcar with trolley buses, okay, which is already an existing technology in use in a whole bunch of cities, including several in this country. Seattle, Washington, that place I visited 2 or 3 times, has trolley buses that operate throughout the neighborhoods in and around downtown. And so the city ought to be looking at prioritizing access to Metro Rail and through these trolley buses. We do not need to be putting in right now there are 8,000 parking spaces at the site, okay? And there's nothing else there but the stadium and the armory. And so we need to look at creating a walkable neighborhood here, similar to what was done with the Gallaudet University, Noma Station, and also what was done with the new inline station at Potomac Yards.
Yeah.
This is the kind of future we need to look to for equitable access for all of our residents to these major activity centers that we are trying to create to draw in additional residents and new revenue. We do not need to be going with solutions that are going to create more problems than they solve.
Yeah. Well, I think we're very much aligned on this, and I appreciate it. And I appreciate you speaking up around it. And I do want to emphasize that's regardless, because people will get caught up in stadium or no stadium. No matter which way the city goes, this is the way we should go. We know that we have to invest in transit, whether there's a stadium or not. So there will be some people who want to intentionally try to conflate the two. But no matter what we are going to do in that site, we know we need to redevelop it. We know it's an amazing opportunity for us to add new housing, new businesses, new parks and green spaces, but it's got to be on transit. It would be silly and backward thinking of us. We have to build for the city 50 years from now, not 50 years ago, if we're going to be focused on how we move people around the city. So I really appreciate that and look forward to working with you, pushing hard here. Ms. Cort and Ms. Baka, I feel like there's one element I can go and just knock right out of for you, which is we are not going to be moving forward the language to repeal the parking cash out law. That's going to get struck in the committee's recommendations. It doesn't have a nexus to the budget. And it just doesn't make any sense to try to strike it. In fact, if it were actually being implemented with fidelity, that would be removing funds from DDOT and making a budget situation even worse. So I just want to go ahead and let you know right off the bat. This is something that works. Helping employers work towards those transit demand management goals is absolutely what we should be doing. So that will not be showing up in our committee recommendations. And so I just want to go ahead and let you know that's going to get knocked out pretty fast. I want to spend a second. Well, actually, no, for both Ms. Baka and Ms. Cort, let me just pull you both in as kind of thinkers around city growth. The conversation Mr. Washburn and I was just having, I know your testimony wasn't focused on that, but just want to make sure I kind of pull that out of you a little bit. Regardless of whether or not there is a stadium, should we, and I think I know your answer, should we be prioritizing transit investments and prioritizing that over parking lots? I just tossed you a giant softball, but go ahead, knock it out of the park.
Absolutely, council member. We have a strong transit network to build on. Regardless of the future of streetcar, we have a metro station there. It obviously doesn't have the capacity to handle a huge influx of people living there or going to games either. So we need to obviously invest in that. And it's quite foolish to propose thousands and thousands and at hundreds of millions of dollars in cost for parking. As Mr. Washburn has pointed out, we don't have a street network that's going to support that. Both the sustainable and just the rational choice is to expand access through transit.
And as you add on top of that, we of course don't get any of the revenue, even though we would build, own, and maintain these parking garages. We don't get any of the revenue from it either. That just goes straight to the team. So it's one more part of the subsidy for this, which again kind of baffles the senses. Ms. Baka.
Yeah, I would just add that an Oklahoma Avenue infill station has been suggested since Metro's initial planning. Yep. So now is kind of the time to move forward with that rather than pretending like that's an unrealistic option, as I think the executive has started to do. The parking garage plan is a travesty. It's too much. Something that we've also seen as we've been writing about the stadium for Juju Wash is that I think Pittsburgh is an interesting example where it was sort of suggested, oh, the parking lots will get developed later, not just the parking garage infrastructure. And fans understandably like using that for tailgating. So if this stuff isn't baked in from the beginning, for sort of high density, transit oriented, we won't make the most of the site, stadium or not. So there has to be a much stronger vision for what this could possibly look like. I would also add, I was pretty bemused to hear the mayor bring this up at a speaking engagement like a month ago. She was very proud of how much DC residents were biking and walking places because that would reduce the traffic going to the stadium. That was a big talking point for her. So, I think there's ways to reconcile that.
Yeah, yeah. To your first point as well, yes, the infill station's been talked about at least for 20 years. I can remember back in 2005 when the city was exploring, could the district or the region be able to help host an a Summer Olympics? And it was part of the plans then to build an infill station at that location. So it's been talked about at this point now for decades. So it's not a new idea, but it could be an idea that's time has come. So I appreciate it. Thank you. And then to Mr. Schott, I did want to talk about Casey trees and our urban forestry for a little bit. So one of the things I am very concerned about, I want to kind of get your feel on this. So the mayor's adding 12 million in capital funding for urban forestry projects in FY26. So we have a total of 19 million in a single fiscal year, but then sweeping 7.2 million allocated for each of the following 3 years, which to me says funding's going to end after FY26. From an organizational perspective of planning, operations, staffing, if you see a lot front-loaded into FY26, but then zeroed out 27, 28, 29, what does that do to the organization? How do you plan for something like that?
Yeah, I mean, one thing that's fascinating about Urban Forestry Division, Casey Trees, just, the world of trees is it's such like a long-term process, whether it's planting trees and procurement, in a nursery environment, and then to, put it into a street tree or into a park, removals. I mean, even when a tree is taken down, it may take 6, 8, 12 months before you can actually replace it. So it's a very long-term game. We're putting trees in that we hope to be there in, 50 to 100 years. And so I think it's, extremely difficult to wipe funding and have things front-loaded.
Yeah, I agree. And then can we spend a minute on the lapsing and non-lapsing portion? Can you reemphasize for me a little bit why the proposed switch to non-lapsing would be damaging?
Well, I think
the switch to lapsing.
Right. I mean, I think there's 3 things that I think about. I mean, one is just fundamentally if, at the end of the fiscal year, so end of September, all summer long, if trees are being removed, permits, all that funding is going in. Well, fall planting starts October 1st. So that money would need to be kind of utilized. And I think it could get front loaded in areas with concerns about the budget time. So I think that's challenging. It's also just there is an advantage to that money continuing to roll over, depending on projects, out in the future. You want to have funds to then replant. I mean, all that money is curated from removals, permits and removals, and that money should then be utilized for trees to go in the ground. And then another piece I touched on was the income contingent program. My understanding is that is derived from the end of the fiscal year balance, 15% of that. So if that's then wiped, how are we allowing our vulnerable communities to utilize that funding to supplement removal of hazardous trees?
Yeah. Excellent points. And I think the issue around the ending and starting of a fiscal year is also just crucial. It's June 2nd. We actually have several initiatives, funding issues that the council approved and appropriated for the fiscal year that we're in right now, which began October 1, 2024. We are now June 2nd, 2025, and there are several of those where not a single penny has gotten out the door yet. That means that entities and organizations that had been waiting now for 9 months in a fiscal year are left with basically the last quarter of funding. And what that does is it creates a really big spike or wave. Let's assume they can get some of the funding out the door before the end of the fiscal year. It really creates a challenge for all of our nonprofit partners and organizations and businesses that we partner with when the funding is unpredictable about when it's coming. But then also it might come just in one big burst, but then it can't get carried out. I see the non-lapsing nature of this as a way to help smooth that out from an operations perspective that allows us to get the job done that we want for the city. So I think that a switch to lapsing can have devastating impact on our partner organization's ability to deliver.
No question. You know, I mean, one other point is, you know, we work closely with Earl and his team, and we're planting trees for them to use in 2 or 3 years, and then they're going to be harvested and then brought back into the city. And again, it's just very challenging to have things kind of shut down at the end of September. It just doesn't allow for proper planning. And again, trees have such a long-term trajectory that it's, you know, debilitating to have it sort of just end.
Right. And I think, you know, we've seen this in the mayor's proposed budget in a lot of places where there's funding in FY26 and then it just disappears in 27, 28, 29. And that feels like a giant roll of the dice to say, maybe the economy is going to get better next year. Maybe the guy in the White House just changes his mind again. And all of a sudden the economy changes. But we are essentially in a recession. The impacts of the federal government on job cuts, on funding cuts, on so many aspects that just keep our country and keep our region moving are being cut and whittled away. It is having a recessionary impact on our economy. It's not going to turn around in a couple of months. And so I think it's very difficult for us to plan on a hope that somehow the dollars will get back. And so it's going to put us in a position next year where these things have been zeroed out. And I will wager I will see budget books next year that will simply talk about everything as an increase because they zeroed it out. And then rather than accurately comparing it to the funds we were putting in, it'll all look like it's been a huge increase. And isn't that wonderful? When in reality, there are steep decreases that are happening over time. So
Yeah,
it feels like a lot of budget gimmickry and a big roll of the dice that I don't think we don't want to tackle. Again, I'm not pretending that we have unlimited resources and we can do everything we want, but strategically and to functionally deliver, it might be better for us to smooth that out over time in a better way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And as it was, you know, created to be.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, I appreciate everybody's testimony on this panel. Thank you all very much for your input. I know we are going to be on a truncated budget schedule, but everyone taking your time out today and helping share your thoughts and suggestions will help us do our job as we have to move pretty fast. So thank you. All right, let's move to our next panel of public witnesses. Again, I think we have a combination mostly of folks that are online. But we have Seth Grimes, who is the Washington, D.C. organizer with the Washington Area Bicyclist Association. Sarah Wilkinson, co-founder of the Ward 5 Family Biking. Martine Kumbal, who's a public witness. Heather Foote, public witness. Chuck Elkins, an ANC commissioner with 3D. Fanette Eaton, public witness. And Scott Price, who's a member of the Capitol Hill Village. And we have Rob McPherson.
Ready to go?
All right, hang on one second. All right, Mr. Grimes.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am Seth Grimes with the Washington Area Bicyclist Association. I am very heartened by the testimony that I've heard already this morning, and Councilmember Allen, by your responses and your questions. It's clear that many of us are on the same page who have been present here and engaged. Let me see what I can add without duplicating too much. One thing I'll add is in regards to sports venues, the success of the bike valet at Nationals Park has been great. There's also a bike valet at Audi Field. People want alternatives to driving to get to large event spaces, as has been observed already. And so that would include Capital Bike Share, which I'll speak more about. Capital Bike Share has been a great success, and they offer corrals for parking at large events at the Cherry Blossom Festival, for instance. So I'm going to focus on some data points that underlie what we're trying to do, and I do say we because we do seem to be working together here. I'll start with a negative one that was brought up by Mike Litt. 7 individuals have been killed on the district streets in 2025 through June 1st. 4 of them pedestrians and 1 bicyclist, and there have been 121 major injuries, 38 of them pedestrians and 15 bicyclists. The rates are down from 2024 and 2023. The district experienced 20 traffic fatalities in 2024 to June 1st. But the district, clearly the district does still have a long way to go to meet its Vision Zero commitment to reduce traffic fatalities and serious injuries to zero, a commitment Mayor Bowser made in 2014. This is not the DMV budget oversight hearing. Nonetheless, I will note that the mayor's proposed budget fails to fully fund STEER Act implementation, in particular automated traffic enforcement, which is a critical traffic safety element. Our focus today, of course, is DDOT, which is charged with creating transportation infrastructure that is safe for pedestrians, bicyclists, and road users. Just last week, DDOT hosted NACTO's Designing Cities Conference, which took place this year in Washington, D.C. NACTO is an association of North American cities and transit agencies. My second data point dates to 2016, quoting a 2016 report. A new analysis of 7 major cities across the U.S. shows that as cities build more bike lanes, the number of cyclists on the street increases and the individual risk of a cyclist being killed or severely injured drops, often dramatically. Creating bicycling infrastructure is a tool toward Vision Zero. From a 2023 article, quote, a study that looked at 13 years of traffic data has found that protected bicycle lanes make roads significantly safer for cyclists and also for motorists and pedestrians. Note the latter part of that, for motorists and pedestrians, for all road users. The point that creating bike lanes makes streets safer for everyone was affirmed by DDOT Director Sharon Kirschbaum in performance oversight testimony earlier this year. Yet DDOT reports completing just 4.8 miles of new protected bike lanes in FY24, with none in Ward 7 and less than 1 mile in Ward 8. This pace does not meet community member needs, particularly those of less confident bicyclists and residents of underinvested wards. One more data point about a different infrastructure element. Bicycling in the district is booming, as evidenced by data, by Capital Bike Share ridership data, up 39% from 2023 to 2024. Let's take a focused look. This is a very intentional focused look. WAB is located at Columbia and Ontario Roads, northwestern Adams Morgan. There are 5 Capital Bike Share stations along Columbia Road between 16th Street Northwest and 20th Street Northwest, just east of Connecticut Avenue. We note that in the last year, DDOT installed protected bike lanes along that stretch as part of the Columbia Road Northwest Bus Priority Project, with the work substantially completed in December 2024. Year on year, CABI utilization of those 5 stations grew 63% from March 2024 to March 2025, 45% higher than the system-wide growth figure, way outpacing the system-wide growth, which is already very steep. The CABI utilization grew 48% from April 2024 to 2025 of those 5 stations on Columbia Road. Creating bus priority projects, creating protected bike lanes works. It encourages bicycling with great green, environmental, and health goals. On to particular budget asks, I will cover just a few. I have had compressed time, as you have observed, to read through the budget as a whole. We do believe that the capital bike share budget should be bigger as ridership expands, noting the explosive growth. We note, as others have, that the mayor's proposed budget removes $35.9 million in funding for the bus priority program. WABA supports transit. That program speeds transit and boosts road safety. The funding should be restored. And we do note, which you, council member, have observed, that other infrastructure spending is delayed in later years, 2 later years of the 6-year cycle. The Long Bridge project keeps getting deferred. Trail spending has been deferred. So Mayor Bowser has stated a framework of goals that include safety, equity, mobility, and sustainability to be achieved through a commitment to excellent transportation facilities and services delivered in a manner that addresses structural injustices and inequities. We at WABA applaud this commitment, but regret that the proposed FY26 budget does not fully deliver. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grimes. Next, let me turn to Sarah Wilkinson.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Wilkinson, and I am a co-leader of Ward 5 Family Biking, a group that organizes monthly rides for children to safely bike in their own neighborhoods, something that is only possible with an MPD escort. cruisers, sirens, marshals, and bike officers, creating a temporary bubble of safety. That's what it takes to bike safely in Ward 5 after decades of underinvestment here in safe street infrastructure. Today, I want to talk about waste, delay, and the consequences of both. Taylor Street Northeast has been in DDOT's plans since 2014, when it was first identified as a key connection to the Metropolitan Branch Trail. In 2022, it was listed again with installation planned for fiscal year 2023. In early 2024, nearly 1,000 residents signed a petition asking for an expedited timeline. In February and March, adjacent ANCs passed resolutions and sent letters urging DDOT to act. In August, DDOT presented multiple design options at a 5B and nearby ANC meetings, including a widely supported two-way south-aligned lane. In September and October, ANC's 5B and 5F passed resolutions in support. We've engaged in every format imaginable: bike-throughs, open houses, poster boards, sticky notes, surveys, maps, meetings. A church-hosted forum even devolved into DDOT heckling. There have been more engagement opportunities than anyone could reasonably track, and certainly more than enough for the community to make itself clear. But then there was April 28th, 2025. That's the day my son Gordy, here's Gordy, and me on his first day of first grade, he's 7. Gordy and I were hit by a driver while biking home from his school along Taylor Street Northeast. The driver fled before even checking if we were alive. I spent the night in the ICU with internal bleeding and multiple wounds like this. This one is still healing. Here's another one. Multiple wounds like these. Gordy was physically unharmed thanks to the safety features we personally invested in. It's important that you see these images and hear this story because too often the price of inaction is invisible. In every engagement session, we hear what might be lost by building, parking, a travel lane, a 45-second shortcut. Those are easy to see on a diagram, but the consequences of not building stay invisible until you're recovering in a hospital, changing bandages, replacing clothing that paramedics cut off of a bleeding body. It's trauma. Gordy is now afraid of something that once brought us both a lot of joy. Watching city deer along the MBT, saying hi to our favorite crossing guard, making a detour to help look for a lost dog, or blasting music on a warm spring day. We've lost that too. Meanwhile, DDOT keeps pouring money into the same cycle. Another map, another meeting, another phase. And every time we hear the same selfish complaints. Parking, extra steps, a slightly longer commute. These are not safety concerns, they're comfort concerns, convenience concerns, and weighing those against a human life is disgraceful. Worse, engagement has become a shield for inaction and a megaphone for bad faith actors. It's no longer about refining plans, it's appeasement, a costly loop that hijacks the process, drains resources, and spreads misinformation. And the burden of pushing back falls on those of us desperate for our neighborhoods to have safer streets. There is a process for community input. It's an election, and this neighborhood consistently elects leaders who support street safety. Our ANC commissioners and their resolutions reflect the will of the people who actually live here. I was hit just 5 blocks from home. This is where my life happens 24/7, not someplace I park for an hour on Sunday. It is deeply unholy to weigh a human life, a child's life, against the convenience of a parked car. But that's exactly what you'll hear later today. Public roads serve the public good, not the private convenience of a few. So ask yourself, is their testimony about safety or convenience? DDOT's budget and staff time are now especially limited. Why spend public dollars on engagement that only delays infrastructure we already know is needed? The community has spoken again and again through petitions, public testimony, elected ANCs, and passed resolutions. Engagement is supposed to inform action, not endlessly delay it. Let's stop funding delay. Let's stop subjecting DDOT's hardworking employees to harassment. Let's fund action, and please, let's prioritize Taylor Street protected bike lanes this budget cycle so that Gordy and I can bike to school again. End the engagement. Please build the lanes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilkinson. And I'm glad to hear that Gordy is doing better and that you are as well. And if you can hang around for a little bit, I'll have some questions in just a moment. Next, let me turn to Martine Kumbal.
Great. Good morning. Thank you. My name is Martine Kumbal. I'm Ward 5 resident and one who lives directly on Taylor Street Northeast, where a protected bike lane has been in consideration since as early as 2014. I'm here to speak on 3 issues: the bike lane on Taylor Street, enforcement, and action to support our public officials engaging in public engagement, as just described by the previous witness. First, the Taylor Street Northeast corridor from South Dakota Avenue to the Armed Forces Retirement Home just at North Capitol Street serves as a vital east-west corridor connecting neighborhoods and key destinations in our community. Adding a dedicated bike lane will improve safety for pedestrians, cyclists, encourage active transportation, reduce traffic congestion, and promote environmental sustainability. This bike lane is especially important because it directly benefits numerous schools within 3 blocks of the Taylor Street Northeast corridor, stretching from South Dakota Avenue to the Armed Forces Retirement Home. These schools include Bunker Hill Elementary, Brookland Middle School, Elsie Whitlow Stokes Brookland, where my daughter attends, Shining Stars Montessori, Washington U Ying Public Charter School, Creative Minds Public Charter School, the new Washington Latin Public Charter School Cooper campus, as well as St. Anselm's, a private institution, and the Catholic University of America, as well as countless other Catholic college orders, and our Ward 5 beloved Turkey Thicket Recreation Center. By building this bike lane, which is also part of the National Park Service scenic trail system that was created in 1968 but never fully funded, we are creating, with a protected bike lane, safe routes for students, teachers, families who walk, bike to school every single day. Safer biking and walking paths lead to healthier children, reduce car traffic, and foster stronger community ties. I would like to spend a few minutes also briefly speaking about some additional unfortunate violence that has occurred in the last year and a half just in our neighborhood. A 10-year-old classmate of my daughter was hit at South Dakota Avenue and Taylor Street Northeast, walking home, and gratefully only broke his leg. My daughter, several months later, was on her bike with us and was almost struck at by a pickup truck on the northwest Cloverleaf near the Catholic athletic fields on Taylor Street, trying to make a challenging turn from a crosswalk on her bicycle onto an overgrown, unmaintained sidewalk on Taylor Street. She has been reticent to bike herself since that time. And in the last few weeks, as just previously mentioned, one of our neighbors, who's an advocate, was hit on Taylor Street. These are our neighbors. These are not accidents. These violent acts are created and supported because of stalled safety measures, lack of enforcement, and lack of resources to move a camera on 14th Street to Taylor Street, or even hire crossing guards in front of our school for morning crossings and afternoon crossings. The Taylor Street Northeast bike lane is more than just infrastructure. It's investment in safety, health, and the future of our neighborhood and our children's independence. Right now, this is coming at the direct cost of our neighbors' health and our children's independence and safety. I strongly urge the council to support DDOT to move the design stage for this essential project. Furthermore, if I do have a few more seconds, I would also like to echo the concerns about supporting DDOT and its public officials. I have seen at countless community meetings disregard for our public officials, and I previously, when I worked at DC government many years ago, was on the receiving end. This issue has gotten worse. And personally, I know several DDOT staff that have left recently because of the mental strain and stress caused by these public forums, where individuals are directly and verbally attacked. With that, I urge DC to take specific action to support the forums of these engagement and to move to action. with that, I end my time and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Ms. Kumbal. And yeah, I'm going to have each member of the panel testify, but if you're able to hang on for a few more minutes, I'll come back with some questions in just a moment. Next, let me turn to Heather Foote.
Thank you. My name is Heather Foote, and I live in Ward 1. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'll begin with commendations on DDOT work and then reiterate my recommendation from last year's budget oversight hearing that DDOT needs to develop a 5-year strategic pedestrian plan. The Safe Routes to School program is moving ahead steadily to improve safety for children. The Sidewalk Gap program will soon release updated criteria to prioritize its work locations. To meet the need for safety and accessibility over the next 5 years, DDOT will ensure that there is a sidewalk on at least every one side of every district street, building on city land adjacent to the street. Sidewalk repair was addressed at length in last year's budget hearing, and other testimony today is likely to address this. There have been gains also in safety from increased DDOT collaboration with MPD, DPW, and the DC Highway Safety and Vision Zero offices, now both under the City Administrator's Office. The advances there regard speeding and other dangerous or reckless driving on roads in the high injury network. A final commendation is for DDOT's 15th Street Protected Bike Lane Tour offered to city transportation officials participating in the National Association of City Transportation Officials conference last week. Over a dozen participants from places including Orlando, Fort Collins, Oahu, Boston cycled up 19th Street and then down the 15th Street Protected Bike Lane led by DDOT's Mike Goodnow. I participated for the first 2 hours on my 3-speed Raleigh, and it was a thoroughly educational experience, learning a great deal from consultants who did the engineering over years. This commendation is actually a good segue to the reiteration of my recommendation from April 2024. At that time, I urged DDOT to develop a 5-year strategic pedestrian plan. My testimony from last year is appended. I hope it was uploaded. I believe I did so this morning. First, I want to point out a conceptual issue, a problem in DDOT's 2024 budget oversight testimony. Under the section entitled Mobility, there is no mention of pedestrian mobility, i.e. travel by foot or using a mobility device. Listed under mobility are only circulator, bus priority, bike lanes, trails, and capital bike share. And to the 5 initiatives listed under safety, high injury network, high corridors, tactical interventions, safe routes to schools, and automated traffic enforcement, I would add sidewalk repair and new sidewalk construction. Surely these are priority safety enhancements, one to which DDOT dedicates planning, staff, and budget for implementation. While DDOT's conceptual approach may reflect workflows or simply be habitual, that approach underplays transportation by foot and fails to highlight the pedestrian mode, its pervasiveness, its challenges, and even DDOT's accomplishments in this area. I do hope DDOT leadership will revisit this approach. Since the 2024 hearings, DDOT has advanced its work very significantly in its 5-year strategic bikeway plan, including a project website, a summer 2024 through winter 2026 work plan, multiple data-rich and analytic flyers for community meetings, and a recent detailed presentation to the DC BAC by consultant and seasoned former DDOT staff member Jim Sebastian. So this is a ripe moment to revisit the urgent need for steps ahead in developing an analytic, data-rich strategic plan for pedestrian travel, safety, and accessibility. The 5 key elements in my recommendations for a 5-year strategic plan from last year are: first, data collection and analysis; second, embracing the breadth of pedestrian safety and access issues; third, equitable and transparent decision-making when good policies at times conflict with one another, and we've heard that already in today's testimony; fourth, strategic pedestrian planning; and finally, multimodal communication to accompany multimodal transportation. On the second point, there is a need for an analytic, strategic approach that takes an encompassing view of pedestrian safety and access, from stoplight and walk signal timing and audible signals, the recent Washington Post article, for those with visual impairments, to lighting directed at the pedestrian path, and strategies to curtail scooters and bikes of all sorts racing up behind and passing pedestrians on sidewalks with no notice. This is a practice
Ms.
that,
Foote, sorry to interrupt, we're about 2 minutes over. so
Sorry.
You could help wrap up.
I'll wrap up. This is a practice that cannot be reported through 311. I think I'll just leave it there. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Ms. Foote. Next, let me turn to Commissioner Elkins, who I think is joining us online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are aware, I believe, of the 2023 survey of Capitol Hill residents of injuries caused by walking the neighborhood sidewalks, which we discussed several times in these hearings. It was a wake-up call for all of us. 263 injuries over 2 years were reported, with 114 instances needing medical care. And that was just out of less than 500 households and only one portion of our city. I've testified before about my wife's near fatal fall on the sidewalk in Wesley Heights. I say that the survey was a wake-up for us all, but that's not exactly true. It apparently was not a wake-up call for the district's Department of Transportation. Where would you think, of all places, that the alarm bells would be going off? Instead, we received a lot of pushback from DDOT. First, while their staff and contractors can repair potholes in 3 business days, they can't come anywhere near that response time for sidewalk tripping hazards. It's just too difficult. Secondly, they tell us it's cheaper to wait until a whole stretch of sidewalk needs replacement than to go out and deal with individual locations where there are tripping hazards. But this logic is not applied to potholes and paving streets for some reason. Pedestrians just aren't as important as vehicle drivers. Thirdly, DDOT loves their 270 business day target to fix the sidewalk problem and don't want to create a separate target for tripping hazards. The committee's response last year was to move $5 million from the capital paving budget to the capital sidewalk repair program, and we thank you for that. The department's performance in responding to 311 sidewalk repair requests has been improving, but they're still falling far short. Continuing to apply a cost-driven engineering mindset to what is clearly a public health emergency in the district is just not acceptable. We believe it's time for the council to provide forceful oversight and budget guidance. The first step is to get the 270-day goal reduced to 60 days for repairing tripping hazards. The 270 business day service level agreement for sidewalk repairs is not a trivial matter. It is our understanding that program managers send reports up to the DDOT director's office each quarter indicating how well they're doing in meeting these goals. If they're missing the goal, they are highly motivated to improve their performance. So please direct DDOT as part of its budget to create a 60-day service level agreement for tripping hazards. Of course, the devil's in the details. If the department sets a 60-day goal for tripping hazards and then defines tripping hazard in such a way that very few 311 repair requests meet that definition, then it will accomplish very little. The ADA specifies that any sidewalk with a height difference between portions that exceed 1/4 inch should be repaired. However, DDOT refuses to recognize anything less than a 1/2 inch to be a possible problem. Seniors, people walking with low vision or other physical disabilities, or a person walking a dog on a dark night can trip, and they deserve better treatment from this department. Falls are serious. They are the leading cause of injury-related deaths among people 65 and older, according to the CDC. This committee should direct the department to specify 1/4 inch as the tripping hazard and to repair these hazards within 60 days. As you're aware, DDOT has become a data-driven and policy-oriented agency. However, this approach has perverse consequences when the department refuses to collect the data necessary to drive those decisions. DDOT has data about pedestrians who are injured by being hit by a vehicle in an intersection, crosswalk, but DDOT has no idea how many people are tripping on our sidewalks away from intersections. We suggest that at a minimum, DDOT add a question to 311 when someone reports a sidewalk needs repairing. The department's reply was that such data would be too subjective. So the result is they refuse to collect any tripping accident data. Instead, they rely on the small number of injury claims the Office of Risk Management grudgingly gives out to assert that the number of injuries is small. We know from the Capitol Hill survey data that the Office of Risk Management's numbers are ridiculously unrepresentative of what is actually happening on our sidewalks. The council should direct the department as part of the 26 budget that they put in place a data collection program for sidewalk injuries. Mr. Chairman, let me just conclude with this. Together with others, I've come before this committee for several years now asking that you request DDOT give a higher priority to pedestrian safety. We've also worked repeatedly with department staff and leadership to try to accomplish the same goal, but to no avail. We ask that the committee say enough is enough. If DDOT won't undertake these changes voluntarily, the committee should direct these changes through its fiscal 2026 budget approvals. If a private company were causing this number of injuries by failing to maintain its property, wouldn't this committee be demanding they do something? Pedestrians deserve a fair shake from DDOT, and they're not getting it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Elkins. Next, let me turn to Fanette Eaton. Oh, Ms. Eaton, all right, that's all right. If you'll come on up to the table here and join us there. And then we've got Scott Price, who will be online after that, and then Rob McPherson, who I think is also online. But Ms. Eaton, let me turn to you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Fanette Eaton, and I am here today as a member of the Capitol Hill Village and Capitol Hill Restoration Society. Thank you for the opportunity to present our perspective on this important matter. Earlier this year, during the oversight hearings in February, I recommended that the council request the District Department of Transportation, or DDOT, to develop a new pedestrian master plan for 2026. This would serve as an update to their excellent 2009 plan, which has guided our city for over a decade. I want to echo the remarks made by my colleague next to me, Heather Foote, who also called the development of such a plan. We strongly agree that now is the time. In February, I highlighted that it has now been 16 years since the last plan was published. Our city has changed significantly in that time, and the challenges facing pedestrians have evolved. For these reasons, I am here today to respectfully request that the council allocate $100,000 in funding to ensure that DC's pedestrian master plan is thoroughly updated. I wanted to take a moment to commend DDOT for the quality and vision of the 2009 plan. We anticipate that the new plan will be equally well received and will address the full spectrum of pedestrian activity, not just sidewalk safety, but all aspects of how people move through our city on foot. A critical requirement for this new master plan is robust public input at every stage of the process. We also urge the involvement of all relevant DC government stakeholders throughout the plan's development to ensure the final product reflects the needs and experiences of our diverse community. Previously, I shared that we have studied pedestrian master plans from cities like Seattle, Chicago, San Francisco, Minneapolis, Portland, and New York City. There is much we can learn from these cities. For example, several of these plans highlight the disproportionate number of senior citizens who are killed or seriously injured in crashes involving cars and pedestrians. They also analyze where and when these crashes occur, providing the kind of detailed information that allows for targeted, effective interventions. We believe DC's new plan should incorporate these best practices. Thank you again for the opportunity to explain why an updated pedestrian master plan is necessary for our city. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Eaton. All right, next, let me turn to Scott Price.
Good morning, Chairperson Allen and members of the Transportation Committee. My name is Scott Price. I'm representing Capitol Village today, and we've uploaded the written text of this testimony to the council's website. I'm speaking today as a part of the sidewalk safety team, which has consistently raised concerns about the tragedy that neglected sidewalks take on our neighbors. Last year, under your leadership, the council made a meaningful investment in pedestrian safety by shifting $5 million from street paving to sidewalk repairs. Whether that's due to funding, growing council attention, or other efforts, we're seeing signs that DDOT performance is improving. As you can see in this chart, hopefully, this chart shows the number of 311 requests that have been resolved in the first 6 months of each fiscal year for the last 3 years, including this year, which means October to March. And DDOT has been improving in 2020, fiscal 24 and fiscal 25. In fact, it was October and November, October, November, and March of fiscal 2025 that DDOT resolved more instances than they had in any month in the prior 2 fiscal years. And so we commend DDOT for their improvement. This improvement also suggests that they're closer now to a 60-day service level agreement for repair requests. This is an important change, as Commissioner Elkins identified. I'm skipping a bunch of my testimony because it would just duplicate what Commissioner Elkins said. We also recommend that DDOT, that the council reallocate another $5 million from street paving to sidewalk maintenance, and note that this additional funding would not increase DDOT's overall budget. We also recommend that the council allocate $50,000 to pilot brick-appearing poured concrete sidewalks. This idea was introduced during the DDOT oversight hearing by Angie Schmidt, the president of the Capitol Hill Restoration Society. As you know, there has been an ongoing debate over the charm of brick sidewalks versus their safety challenges. A good compromise could be poured concrete sidewalk that's stamped and tinted throughout to resemble nearby brick sidewalks. This approach has been used successfully at H Street's alley near Alabama Avenue Southeast and in the crosswalks on M Street Southeast. We recommend 1 or more pilot projects, just a few hundred yards each, followed by feedback from neighbors, ANCs, and historic district groups. And like Commissioner Elkins, we again urge, as we did last year, to update the 311 sidewalk repair request form to include a simple option to report whether or not an injury has occurred. DDOT suggests that this would be subjective information, but it's no more subjective than for somebody to say that they see a problem with the sidewalk. In fact, in this case, they know that they fell, and so this would not be subjective information. While DDOT and the Office of Risk Management have previously rejected this idea, we believe that collecting the data is vital for smart data-driven decisions. And finally, Capitol Village supports Fanette Eaton and Heather Foote's recommendations to allocate $100,000 to update DC's pedestrian master plan. I'd also like to thank you once again for the Bricky Award you presented to the sidewalk safety team earlier this year. This testimony reflects input from across the city, not just Capitol Hill. It was developed by residents in wards 3, 4, and 6, including active and retired ANC commissioners, as well as leaders of Capitol Hill Village and the Capitol Restoration Society. We deeply appreciate your continued commitment to sidewalk safety, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Price. And then last on this panel, Rob McPherson.
Thank you, Chairperson Allen.
There we go. Good
My
morning.
name is My name is Rob McFerson. I am the owner of King Electric, which is an electric bike store in Foggy Bottom. I want to personally thank Chairperson Allen and all of his staff for the incredible support they've given us as a new business in the district. My testimony today is as follows. We've seen major cities like Paris and London in the last 5 years that have had bike and e-bike trips surpass private car travel within the city center. All of these people that are riding instead of driving experience a free commute, no parking hassles, no traffic, daily exercise, and a happier experience going about their city. As the owner of King Electric, and this is why I originally wanted to start this company, and I wanted to state that the DC e-bike incentive program really gave me the practical boost to make opening the store and opening it in DC a reality. What I've noticed on the ground here is that for DC to follow a similar path of explosive e-bike growth, there needs to be a culture shift within the city where everybody can plainly see the benefits of increased ridership. And from my perspective as the store owner, this is kind of what I've noticed between years 1 and 2 of the program. In year 1, people would come in and they would be fine with whatever bike fit them, and they were thrilled about the program, obviously, but they would go on their way. In year 2, what we've noticed is that people come in and they have a very discerning view on what type of bike they like the best, how the range would fit their daily activities, whether or not folding capabilities would enable them to keep their bike in a safe place, how secure the locks were, and how different accessories could support their lifestyle. This enhanced interest I've seen, and as a change from year 1 to year 2, but this enhanced interest in all the little details that these e-bikes provide, that really tell me that on the cultural side, e-bikes have really broken through, and that as a whole, there's great interest in e-bikes from everybody in the city, and people really now care about what they're getting and how they can use it properly. We need to continue this momentum on the cultural shift because ultimately, once that takes hold, it will continue to compound on its own. At the end of the day, an e-bike, a $2,000 e-bike is only 1/5 of the cost of private ownership of a car on a yearly basis, which is around $10,000. So cost is not ultimately the inhibitor of purchasing an e-bike. It's really, it's a cultural thing. But for e-bikes to really take off and to be accepted citywide, we need this cultural to change to happen everywhere in the city. And I think the incentive program really acts as a catalyst for that. And I believe it needs to grow. Smaller cities like Denver have done programs with 10x the funding. And I believe DC, as the nation's capital and the leading American city for bike share and scooter share, should be in the lead with this type of program as well. So I encourage the council to consider plans to increase the funding for the e-bike incentive program. Ultimately, as a city, I think we want to strive for ownership of these vehicles, cultural appreciation for these types of vehicles, and a unified sense of what they can mean for happiness and quality of life within the District of Columbia. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Mr. McPherson. And thanks to everybody on this panel. Let me try to move to a few questions quickly. I'll probably just kind of follow the order of the testimony. Mr. Grimes, appreciated your testimony, and I'm going to wager a hunch that you agree with and support much of what you also heard from your fellow panelists. Let me focus in on your testimony related to the Capital Bike Share program. I think we continue to see ridership just go through the roof. We continue to see trips through the roof. We continue to see people also really, really liking the e-bike options within Capital Bike Share. It's actually to the point now where I get complaints from people that there aren't enough e-bikes out there in the system. The funding as proposed doesn't seem, as best we can tell, and again, we're still digging through the budget, much like everybody else, and we'll certainly talk with the DDOT director about this, but it doesn't seem that it's actually expanding Capital Bike Share, but it's more of maintenance of our bike share. I'm a little concerned about that because I think we want to continue expanding the system to track just the sheer number of people that are interested in this, as well as continue to put more of those e-bike options. And I'll come back to this with Mr. McPherson, but I think for a lot of people, a Capital Bike Share e-bike has proven to be a really great entry point into what an e-bike feels like and how to get around, and kind of is a gateway to then deciding if that's something that they want to be able to purchase for themselves. But can you just expand a little more about your recommendations about where we've got to take our Capital Bike Share program?
Thank you for the question, and certainly I do agree about with the testimony about e-bikes in general. Yes, we all recognize that the availability of e-bikes has contributed to the explosive growth in Capital Bike Share. And e-bikes in a number of ways can continue that growth and utilization across the city. For instance, a new service for cargo for delivery e-bikes, Whiz, is just opening up in DC, I believe this week. They've been operating in New York and other cities. I've talked to a group in Boston called Cargo Bee that does cargo e-bike leasing that is family oriented. There's loads of room for growth in ways that work with businesses like the Witnesses that can actually service, deploy the e-bikes working with electronic online platforms. So I'm not sure what else to say other than that I agree with where you're going and with what has been said. In terms of the Capital Bike Share funding, I have had reported to me, my colleagues at WABA, a lot of lumpiness in availability of bikes, a lot of empty docking stations, and that is for whole neighborhoods. We experienced that in the area around Adams Morgan and the neighborhoods near it on a regular basis, and there should be more funding that goes into rebalancing to create that. I have been to stations in Ward 7 and 8 with a paucity of available bikes and no e-bike availability, and those actually are among the hillier neighborhoods in Washington, D.C. So we need to address that, expand the availability of bikes by acquiring new bikes. I actually just returned from a couple of weeks in New York City, and city bikes there is much more expensive than Capital Bike Share. So I appreciate the investment that the jurisdictions make into Capital Bike Share and keeping it affordable. But they have far more bikes deployed at their stations than we do here in Washington, D.C. in general. So we need more bikes. We need to maintain the stations and replace them as they age out, all of that kind of stuff. But yes, we need more bikes. We need more capital investment in those bikes, and we need to expand the available types of bikes to include cargo bikes, both for deliveries and for family biking.
Yeah. Well, and your point about rebalancing is really spot on as well. I know I'll show my own bias on bike share. I will skip over when it's not e-bikes, when it's kind of the traditional Capital Bike Share bikes. But I will use a traditional Capital Bike Share when I know that I have a short distance to travel and it's relatively flat. When I have a longer trip to make, I'm going to jump on an e-bike every single time. And so I think the rebalancing of that is really important. And also when we see that there's a whole bunch of empty stations, that just tells me it's in high demand, that there's a lot of people getting on these. So the rebalancing is really important. I appreciate that. Let me move to Ms. Wilkinson and Ms. Kumbal. Again, Ms. Wilkinson, I really appreciate you sharing your own personal story, and I'm glad that your son is doing better and that you are recovering as well. You know, I have had conversations. I remember actually going on the Ward 5 family biking trip where we went down Taylor Street as well. I am frustrated with how long it takes to get to a decision, but I also met not too long ago with some folks that do not support the bike lane. But I also tried to understand and hear from them, is it about is it the outreach? Is it the process? Or is it the outcome? And I am going to push DDOT hard that they've got to have really good engagement. They have to have honest engagement. They have to hear critics. But also, Ms. Kumbal, you brought this up. We can't have our civil servants that are showing up in meetings just get yelled at and berated. That is not a way you recruit and keep great talent. And so we do need to create a way in which there's really good engagement. People can hear disagreements, can hear differences of opinions. I do want to see a department that works to resolve those things, but we also know at some point a decision has to get made, and not everyone's going to agree with the decision. And if the argument really isn't about the process, but is about the outcome, then at some point I want us to move on. So I'm going to keep pushing DDOT to get to a decision point, but I also believe, and you outlined, there's been a lot of engagement from what I'm understanding. This isn't my community. I'm not the ward council member there, so I've reached out to the Ward 5 council member to make sure I hear his perspective, and my understanding is he supports DDOT moving forward with this. I suspect also wants to make sure, of course, there's good community engagement that continues to follow. But Ms. Wilkinson and Ms. Kumbal, to the extent you want to address it, are there any gaps that you feel in that engagement, or ways in which you think DDOT needs to do a little bit more or a little bit better in terms of the community engagement to get to a decision point? Or do I hear you both kind of saying, we've seen the engagement, it's just time to make a decision and move forward?
I mean, from my perspective, I think you heard in my testimony that we have had copious amounts of engagement, and the problem really isn't the engagement itself, it's the endless, unproductive, and often hostile nature of much of the engagement. I mean, in contrast, I participated in a lot of engagement around the Columbia Road Northwest project, and there were speaker time limits that were enforced, misinformation was actively addressed, DDOT staff seemed empowered to correct false claims. Comments and chats were directed directly to DDOT, which helped prevent discussions from becoming personal or combative. And DDOT doesn't have to agree to every forum that they're invited to. The structure matters. When engagement sessions spiral and when misinformation spreads unchecked and emotions boil over, it turns into an attack on people advocating for safer streets. Bikers and supporters of bike infrastructure in some ways become targets and scapegoats, and the goal sometimes seems to be making public discourse so vile and so exhausting that people disengage altogether. And we see that at the national level as well. When that happens, only the loudest and most extreme voices remain.
Yeah. I don't disagree with you on that either. Okay, I appreciate it. The other question I was going to ask you. So when I do hear criticism about a proposal, often what I hear is people say, "Well, why this street? Can't you just do it over on this other street somewhere?" And it does feel like sometimes it's because there's something on that street that, in their perspective, I want to protect one thing or another, so just do it on another street. If I'm going to try to hear that, kind of from an honest engagement perspective, is there a different east-west connection that you feel like DDOT has or hasn't explored? And because that at least is one of the criticisms I'll hear sometimes, is just, don't do this street, let's just pick a different east-west connection. And I don't know what that would be, but I'm just kind of curious if that's something you've looked at.
Well, yes, the problem in Ward 5 is we have the railroad tracks.
Right.
So there's only a handful of roads that get you over the railroad tracks. Monroe Street is one that has protected bike infrastructure. You would have to go very far north of Taylor to get to the next, I believe it's 1.3 miles north to get to the next track crossing. And Taylor Street has a bridge that goes over the tracks, and it also directly connects to the Metropolitan Branch Trail, which is DC's premier north-south infrastructure. So anyone who is commuting throughout the city is desperate to get to the Metropolitan Branch Trail. It's a protected pedestrian and bicycle only trail. So if you want to get to a place where there's no cars, you need to get to the Metropolitan Branch Trail, and Taylor Street is one of the only ways to do it in Ward 5.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense there. Okay, I appreciate you walking us through that, so thank you very much. Let me turn to some of our other conversation from the panelists around some of our different pedestrian prioritization here. Ms. Eaton, I agree with you, and I think we talked about it and tried to encourage DDOT to look at this next year. If I need to directly appropriate it, perhaps that's the route we've got to take, but doing an update to the pedestrian master plan seems reasonable after 15 years or so. It's not a knock on the 2009 work. It's just, as with anything, every 10 or 15 years, it's time to kind of refresh and update and see what's new information about it. And so I think that makes a lot of sense. You had mentioned, I think in your testimony, $100,000. Was that an estimate? Like, can you help me understand the estimate you had on that? Or was that a bit of just a ballpark figure of what a study might be? Okay, so could you push the buttons to light them?
I'm assuming it is a ballpark figure.
Got it. Okay. And that's, to be fair to Department of Transportation, that's also something we could ask them. What do they estimate something like that could be? To Commissioner Elkins, Mr. Price, I guess, Commissioner Elkins, I'll start with you. You were very specific in your testimony around belief that the council should direct DDOT to establish a hazard definition of a 1/4 inch rather than a 1/2 inch. I completely agree with your point, but I'm also a little hesitant around defining something like that in statute. Because I don't believe we define the 1/2 inch tripping hazard in a statute anywhere. I think it's more of a DDOT regulation. So I'm comfortable pushing the department, but I'd want to take a little second to really understand where else do we see a tripping hazard, for example, defined in law, in statute? And I didn't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Well, I understand your sensitivity about that, Mr. Chairman. I would say that a direction that they follow ADA guidance might be sufficient. In other words, you're not making that determination, it's the ADA guidance, and so let them deal with that. They seem to be able to pick and choose which ADA guidance they want to follow, and I think maybe that's not a good policy. So perhaps there's a way to do that within the Budget Support Act without getting into exact measurements.
Okay. Okay, could you turn your mic on so you can add to that, Mr. Grimes?
I just quickly confirmed the ADA is a 1/4 inch.
Okay, all right. So perhaps it's a different way to skin the cat there, Commissioner Elkins. And so we can take a look at, happy to have the conversation with the director when we have the DDOT budget hearing coming up to kind of ask about that feedback. And I know when we have these hearings, the DDOT team is watching and listening and taking notes. So I'm sure they can make a note of that for the director for the hearing that'll be coming up later. The other, one of the things, and Mr. Price, you talked about this of trying to do we'll call it just a pilot program or a pilot poured stamped concrete sidewalk. I think that could be a good idea of how to test out this idea. And again, I'll follow up with the DDOT director in her hearing if that's an idea. You mentioned a couple different examples. One that I'll add actually is the F Street Terrace Southeast, which is on Capitol Hill in the Historic District. We worked actually with CHRS and with others. This is more than a decade ago, but I was around for this. We did a stamped concrete historic brick sidewalk, and it's actually held up. The few times I've been going by it recently, it looks like it's still in great shape. I think it may be 15 years old at this point. And because it wasn't brick, it was a stamped concrete. It did cost a little bit more because it was a whole alley, my understanding, but I have to go back and look at the numbers. But it could also just be another example of where we've used that stamped concrete to look like brick. I think most reasonable people walking down the sidewalk probably think it's a brick alley, and it's not. It's a stamped concrete. So I will follow up with the DDOT director on that to see if that's something. I don't know if I even need to do a set aside within the budget. It could be that if the director wants to be able to do a pilot, we could work with her on how to test a block and see how that could work, and then evaluate how it holds up. and maybe that's one of our pathways forward. So I really appreciate that suggestion.
If I
The other-
could, if I could
Absolutely, go
comment,
ahead.
I think in terms, if it is more expensive than a normal poured concrete sidewalk, the question is that it will reduce costs later in lower maintenance fees. Thank you.
I don't disagree with you on that. And to be clear, this is an alley, not a sidewalk. So it could be the costs of an alley are actually very different than a sidewalk. And so doing a stamped concrete in an alley cost-wise is different. But we can work with them and try to find out a lot more about that. In terms of the budget, and I appreciate you noting it last year, we did increase funds significantly to DDOT for sidewalk repairs and restoration. I have been trying to make sure I could help tell the stories. So what did that translate into? Did we see more sidewalks that got repaired? Did we see them move faster, be able to accomplish more? I think the data you helped share around the 311 closures is encouraging. To be honest, I don't know if DDOT has expressly told me that those funds have gone towards helping realize that improvement. But I do think it is, frankly, it is the result of both the community's advocacy and push for that faster sidewalk repair. I know I've made it a priority on the council side as well, but having so many ANC commissioners, so many community leaders really pushing this, I think has helped DDOT refocus. Because again, I think it drives a lot of us nuts. If I can have an expectation that a pothole in the road is going to get fixed in 72 hours, why can I not get a sidewalk fixed that fast? I walk from my house to Union Station most days to jump on Metro to get here. And there's several sections that have had white paint around bricks for months and months and months. And there's bricks that are just missing and gone, and everyone knows to walk around them. And I know we're going to hear from other members that are in the room today. It's a lot harder to know the brick's not there based on different people's level of vision. And it creates huge hazards that are very real and can create injury. So I take your point. I'm also really grateful for your advocacy. You guys have been phenomenal at helping just push and push and push, both helping me be able to push harder, but also I do believe the department hears you, and we're going to keep working on this. So I thank you on that. The last thing, Mr. Price, I was going to ask you on the chart that you showed. My memory was it showed in particular October and November seeing significant jumps in the completed sidewalk repairs. Do we think that's because we're just seeing them move faster in the earlier part of the fiscal year? Do you want to elaborate anything else on why you think we're seeing that in October, November? Or is that just December, January, and February are pretty cold months and it's hard to do sidewalk repairs when there's snow and ice on the ground? And so October, November is just a really prime time to get the job done.
Whatever they're doing, it's good.
Yeah.
In other words, even if maybe some of the funding that was allocated last year didn't get to Blake Holub, the point is they're performing better.
Yeah.
And I'm far more concerned about the rate and how long it takes to close out a 311 request than I am at how they get it done. I do know that DDOT in that area dealing with repair, they do have an efficiency expert. I forget the gentleman's name, but I think he was Lean Six Sigma certified. And so maybe it's just by being more efficient and maybe getting the contractors to do things in a different way. But we're very appreciative of the fact that it's getting better. And we just hope it continues. Thank you.
Excellent. All right. Thank you. Mr. McPherson, I appreciate your comments and very good observation too. I'll follow up with the DDOT director about this from kind of year one, year two. I would agree with you. I think we see customers kind of more discerning as you kind of noted around what they're looking for. And I do think we've hit the tipping point where people, and I frankly give Capital Bike Share a lot of credit for this. I think we've really hit the tipping point where people understand what an e-bike is, how it can move you around quickly, safely, and it has also expanded who sees themselves on an e-bike significantly. And I was also at the Capitol Classic not too long ago, the other weekend, and I had two folks who walked up to me and told me that they actually were one of the beneficiaries of the e-bike rebate, and they were really grateful for what it's done for their family. They said expressly, this meant we didn't buy a car. We're able to get our kid to school, we're able to hit the grocery store, we can do the things we got to do to live our life, but we don't have to have a car to do it. And it was the e-bike incentive program that opened the door for them to make that choice. And that's one less vehicle on the road. That's one more family that's getting around on a bike. And for people who do need to be in a car, getting fewer cars on the road helps make sure that they're able to move around more quickly and efficiently as well. So that, to me, was a win-win across the board. And the last part, for folks that listened to your testimony, I certainly was attuned to this. As a small business owner, creating jobs, creating businesses, paying taxes in DC, the e-bike incentive program was one of the decision points you listed as to why to open in DC. So when we think about how we grow our businesses, create jobs, and then get, frankly, tax revenue back into the city, that was an example of that. So I just appreciate that. I don't know if you're still on the panel here, but just really appreciate your testimony about that and sharing your experience.
Yeah, thank you. We have, dozens of anecdotes about people and how they're using the e-bikes to go about their lives, and some really compelling stories about, lifting people out of homelessness, transitioning them to full-time jobs, and how they get to those jobs. So we have some wonderful stories about the success of the program so far.
Fantastic. Thank you. Ms. Foote, thank you as always for being a fierce pedestrian advocate as well. So just wanted to, I didn't have any questions, but just wanted to thank you also for your testimony and your continued advocacy. Mm-hmm. Can you turn your mic on real fast?
Since there was considerable Q&A with other witnesses, I would like to underscore the ongoing 5-year strategic bike plan. And it has many, many features that are a model that a 5-year pedestrian strategic plan could follow. I wasn't recommending a 100,000 XYZ. That's a different proposal. And when you open up the website under DDOT has for the strategic plan, it has all sorts of outreach, hearing sessions, all sorts of interesting features that we've never seen for pedestrians. And I want to underscore one of the points I made in last year's testimony, that indeed, even with good policies, there can be conflicts between good policies. And frankly, we see that in pedestrian travel and e-bike and regular bike, and now motorcycle food delivery travel. And there are conflicts. And so whereas sometimes public concern can be expressed in unconstructive ways, I think it's incumbent on both the council and DDOT to look carefully at where these conflicts arise and to find ways to address that. And one way is to do the kind of in-depth approach that we've seen in data collection, analysis, and outreach that was exhibited in the bike plan for pedestrians. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. Thanks to everybody on this panel. I'm going to move on to panel number 3 now. So let me go ahead and call up those names. I have Kai Hall, who's the coordinator with the DC Transportation Equity Network. Matthew Gerardi, who's the political and communications director with ATU Local 689. Jesse Sherik, who's the government affairs specialist with the National Federation of the Blind. And Claire Stanley, who's the director of advocacy and governmental affairs with the American Council of the Blind. Oh, and I apologize. I also have Robert Vincent Branham, who's the chair of the Ward 5 Leadership Council Public Safety Committee. But Mr. Branham actually emailed me last night that I don't think he is able to make the hearing today. So hopefully we'll be able to get his testimony in writing, and he'll add that later. But this panel, we have Kai Hall, Matthew Gerardi, Jesse Sherik, and Claire Stanley. So Kai Hall, let me turn to you if you're ready.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Allen. And good morning to you and members of the committee. My name is Kai Hall, and I'm the coordinator of the DC Transportation Equity Network. You can find the full list of our membership on our website at dc10.org or on our written testimony as well. Our testimony today will focus on the bus priority program, the phase out of the DC streetcar, and other programs that improve traffic safety and expanded transportation options for district residents. We are heartened to see that funding for WMATA remains consistent, recognizing that transit is the backbone of our region's economy and increases access to opportunity for all district residents. Given WMATA's importance to our economy and in the daily lives of most district residents, and considering forecasts for tighter budgets in the future, the district should ensure it maximizes the benefits from its transit investments. 12% of local subsidies to WMATA pay for traffic delays, and the share that the district pays to account for traffic delays in bus service is likely higher than that. In WMATA's FY25 budget, jurisdictions in the region invested about $749 million in subsidies for Metro bus operations. 12% of those operational subsidies, or about $90 million, was spent by jurisdictions in the region for buses to sit in traffic. The mayor's proposed budget removes about $36 million in funding for the bus priority program, backtracking on her commitment to increase transit mode share to 50% by 2032 and increase the speed and reliability of buses. Trips taken by transit in the district still take about 2.6 times longer than driving, reflecting the deprioritization of transit riders, which results in a greater transportation time tax for everyone, including drivers. At the same time, the mayor signals her intent to backtrack the 8th Street Northeast bus priority project, revealing a pattern of poor governance that undermines years of work done with community members, ANCs, and her own DDOT staff. Improved bus speeds and reliability benefit everyone, including drivers. Better buses especially benefit lower-income residents, older adults, children, and residents with disabilities. The council should restore at a minimum funding for the bus priority program to previous levels, or $36 million, by reallocating part of the $181 million dedicated to creating parking at the RFK Stadium complex. By investing in bus priority, the mayor can reduce the time tax paid by all residents. As the mayor proposes phasing out the DC streetcar over 2 years, the district should learn from its experience with the circulator phase out and prioritize the dignity of operators and facilitate their transition to other jobs. The streetcar phase out presents an opportunity to finally extend rapid transit options east to the Benning Road Metro Station and reduce the transportation time tax for residents along the 8th Street and Benning Road corridor. The district should explore bus rapid transit as an opportunity to deliver time savings and convenience for residents once the streetcar is no longer operational. And finally, we support increasing funding for automated traffic enforcement to continue the current level of service. ATE is a critical component of the traffic safety ecosystem that the STEER Act is meant to improve, and the council should preserve this funding. Furthermore, the council should support efforts to increase transportation options for residents by increasing the investments made into Capital Bike Share, one of the most affordable public transportation options available to DC residents. Cabby is the fastest growing bike share system in the country, recording a more than 35% year-over-year increase in ridership in April. Cabby saves district residents time and money and supports the Move DC goal of shifting to 75% non-auto commuter trips by 2032. Our investments into the system should, at a minimum, match the pace of its ridership growth. Finally, we would like to see this committee include funding for the release of the taxpayer-funded road pricing study that the mayor refuses to make public. As New York City reaps the benefits of its own road pricing program, district residents deserve to know what the benefits and trade-offs might be if a similar program were to be implemented here. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much, Kai Hall. Next, let me turn to Matthew Gerardi.
Yes, Chair Allen, members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. ATU Local 689 represents over 15,000 transit workers and retirees across the region, including the dedicated employees that run WMATA, Metro Access, and DC Streetcar. We are an engine of the middle class of DMV, and our members help keep this city moving every day. As this is a critical budget year, I feel the need to begin the substance of my testimony by stating what is painfully obvious. We are not doing enough as a city for our transit infrastructure. As my colleague from the DC-10 just detailed, recent analysis shows that a trip by transit takes over 2.6 times as long as a trip by car in DC. Seeing as transit riders are disproportionately working class, low income, Black, brown, young, and old residents, we see this as a critical failure in fairness. Unsurprisingly, the transit time tax is most heavily concentrated in wards 5, 7, and 8. We must do more to bridge this gap. That being said, we are grateful to see that funding for WMATA is preserved in this budget. Stable operations funding for Metro is critical to ensuring that we have a functioning transit system not only here in the district, but across the region. However, we need to do better and finally get dedicated funding, as I will get into further detail later. Unfortunately, we were highly disappointed to see cuts to bus priority program. The union highly opposes cuts to bus priority of $36 million. Bus priority projects speed up our buses by ensuring that we do not have those vehicles that have to weave through motorists on dense urban streets. For the overwhelming majority of working Washingtonians who rely on transit, this is a fundamental matter of fairness. The riding public doesn't deserve transit that is stranded in traffic. Furthermore, if we're serious about mode shift, we need to ensure that riding the bus is a convenient and fast alternative to driving. A time tax of 2.6 times is not sustainable. Likewise, increased traffic is incredibly stressful for our bus operators who have consistently had to deal with reckless motorists on our roads. The millions of dollars from tickets from the Clear Lanes initiative is a testament exactly to this. I will also state that last week I transmitted a letter to Chair Mendelson and every member of the council regarding our position on DC Circulator. We are deeply grateful to you, Mr. Chair, and for the whole council for your collective efforts last fall to pass the emergency legislation that gave some path to relief for our former members. However, while buses are just being sold, mortgage payments, rents, student loans, car payments, and utility bills have all come due. As such, protecting this fund against the attempt to repeal it in the budget by the executive is of the utmost importance to us. And that importance is underscored by the fact that the union and Metro have a plan to bring the wages of our former Circulator members at Metro up to where they would have been otherwise. While Circulator should have just been smoothly transitioned over to Metrobus, this is the next best way to ensure that the members who devote their careers to serving the district, who continue to power a transit system, are made whole. That plan is estimated to cost $2.5 million, and the union fully approves of using any and all funds in the Circulator Relief Fund for this purpose. However, that leads me to my second point on this. The union is determined to avoid the mistakes that we saw of the Circulator at Streetcar. Effectively, under the mayor's budget is set to be eliminated in 2 years. This time, there must be a clear plan in place or no wind down should occur. To the union, that means the next generation streetcar, presumably an electric bus line, should be properly transitioned into Metro. It also means that the hardworking employees of the streetcar should have their years of service cross-honored and their near wages for the system. Union highly encourages the development of a bus rapid transit line down H Street and throughout the surrounding area. The executive truly desires the next generation streetcar. Any plans to develop a successor would be prudent to preserve the accessibility of the streetcar while increasing functionality. BRT does just that, and it is far past time to extend such a system down to Benning Road, provide a truly rapid and accessible east-west connection for the riding public of the area. USNA also underscores the need for such a transit option to be included in any deal for the redevelopment of the RFK Stadium grounds, especially if it were to become an active NFL stadium. Clogging the streets with traffic without a transit alternative for residents and visitors would become a nightmare. Local 689 will say loudly and clearly, without this in place, we are not supportive of a deal with the commanders for RFK. Finally, I will touch on 2 items and wrap up here related to the work of this committee, but not expressly in the DDOT budget this year. Dedicated funding and Metro for DC. With recent developments at DMV moves indicating that each jurisdiction may very well have to find its own way to pay for Metro, Local 689 deeply urges this committee to move forward with the consideration of a land value tax around Metro stations. We stand by the draft reports of the Tax Revision Commission as well as our own work on the matter, both of which show that the feasibility of such a measure for funding Metro. This would raise anywhere between $300 and $500 million annually, while supporting business property investment, equity, as well as broaden the tax base, all per the TRC. However, we should not just stop at the rails nor at LVT. Congestion pricing is doing remarkably well in New York, and Local 689 believes the public should see the report conducted by DDOT. Proceeds from such a policy could easily come back to fund fare-free buses for DC residents, as passed by this committee years ago. Fare-free buses would mean less confrontation and violence towards transit workers, more accessibility for the riding public, and average savings of up to $1,300 per year per working person. If congestion pricing is half as progressive as we believe it to be, using it to fund fare-free buses in the district would be an immense win for working people at a time when the richest residents are set to receive a massive tax break from the federal government. Thank you for your time and consideration of our views on this matter. We encourage this committee to act boldly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gerardi. Next, let me turn to Jesse Sherik with the National Federation of the Blind. The microphone is on now.
Oh, it's on.
Yep, thank you.
Perfect. Chair Allen and District Council members, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you. My name is Jesse Sherik, and I'm a Government Affairs Specialist with the National Federation of the Blind. We are seeking legislation that encourages companies to bring autonomous vehicles to the DMV metro area. The advantage to autonomous vehicle technology is that it is not dependent upon a licensed driver who can discriminate against a blind person using a long white cane or a service dog. Last week, I experienced a rideshare experience with a driver canceling on me immediately after sending them a message stating that I'm blind and standing in front of the train station. If I had the opportunity to use fully autonomous vehicles, I would not have the same stress-evoking experiences because unlike human drivers, autonomous vehicles always follow our laws. In November 2024, I had an opportunity to take a ride in my first Waymo fully autonomous vehicle when I traveled to Phoenix, Arizona. So this was the first time I had ever been in a moving vehicle alone as a blind person. The experience was empowering. The controls were accessible and easy to use. I pushed a button on the app and I was able to hear the car honk the horn, enabling me to quickly and easily find the vehicle. I pushed a button on the vehicle to unlock the door and slid my suitcase in next to me and got into the car. Pushed the start button and the car started moving by itself. The ride did not feel like a ride share. It was closer to the experience of renting a vehicle for that particular ride. It was private, comfortable, and under my control. The National Federation of the Blind collaborates with autonomous vehicle companies to guarantee that their company technology is accessible to all blind and low vision individuals. The citizens of DC and the broader DMV metro area, along with all Americans, would benefit from increased autonomous vehicle testing by our national staff. If we bring autonomous vehicle technology to our community, we will see a level of innovation that will contribute much to our collective future. We implore you, please do not hinder the path of progress. Rather, open the doors to a future improved by imagination and innovation. Thank you for understanding our perspective.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Sherik. And next, let me turn to Claire Stanley. There we go. The microphone's on.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Congressman Allen and all the other council members for allowing me to speak today. First, I want to say simply, the blind and low vision community in the District of Columbia and surrounding areas are elated to hear about the opportunity to have autonomous vehicles come to the district in 2026. I can't express how excited I was when I first heard this. It'll open up numerous opportunities for those of us in the blind and low vision community. And so we urge you to make sure this moves forward in 2026 and that it receives all the support and funding it needs to come to fruition. Transportation is a significant barrier for those of us who are blind or have low vision. In fact, a lot of us argue it's probably one of the biggest barriers. Without transportation, we can't get to work, we can't get to doctor's appointments and other important places, and just to go with friends and other things. Public transportation in the DMV is not perfect. Don't get me wrong, it's a really advanced location for public transit. In fact, one of the reasons I left my home in California and came to the District of Columbia was for advanced public transportation. But it's not perfect. On the weekends, for instance, we know that the metro runs far less frequently. However, it has many of its in advance, it has many other problems. Metro Access, which is our paratransit service here in the District of Columbia, has many problems that we still need to address. And for many of us who are qualified for Metro Access, we still avoid it and try to take other resources because of that. Rideshares such as Uber and Lyft have become a popular form of transportation for the blind community because it opened up many possibilities that we never had before, like getting a ride when we want it that very moment or close to it. But like Jesse said, there's become a lot of problems with rideshare companies. My service dog is sitting behind me, and because I use a guide dog, I've been denied a ride. I've lost count countless times. Communicating with the driver can also be difficult. Sometimes there's a language barrier, a technology barrier, and sometimes it's harder to get a ride share at night because people aren't always working. So because of that, autonomous vehicles open up so many other opportunities that we wouldn't have. Like Jesse said, you don't have to communicate with the rideshare driver if it's an autonomous vehicle because it's a machine. Also, like was talked about earlier, we have the time tax. One of the previous speakers just talked about a time tax. When we're able to take autonomous vehicles, that'll help to get rid of some of those problems. So autonomous vehicles, although not going to be our only form of transportation, I still take the metro bus and metro train every day, will become just another resource for transportation. Another reason why a lot of us in the District of Columbia are excited about autonomous vehicles is because I just have to admit the infrastructure of DC is becoming hard for pedestrians. We've heard today about pedestrians consistently, but I'm not gonna lie, a lot of the pedestrian issues we talk about have to do with bicyclists. And because we're getting more and more bike lanes and floating bus stops, although we understand are important for our community of bicyclists, have become a big barrier for blind pedestrians. I know a woman who worked in the district for decades who took the metro into work every day. And when the floating bus stop came up in her community, because they're unsafe for blind people to get around, literally said she plans to no longer come into the city through her public bus anymore because of that. Ms. Foote properly brought up the lawsuit that just came out last week, where a lawsuit is being brought by Railman Colfax and other disability advocates because we lack accessible pedestrian signals, and a lot of them that are there are not maintained. So I bring up all of this to say that we want things like autonomous vehicles, not because we want it to be our only form of transportation, but because other forms of transportation just aren't doing it for us right now. With rideshare, we're being denied access. With going via foot, it just isn't accessible for us. The metro, although wonderful, don't get me wrong, has a lot of lacking barriers. So I just wanted to conclude by giving my own story, just like Jesse did. I too was in the Scottsdale, Arizona area about a month ago, and I took Waymo, which was phenomenal. In the 37 years of my life, I had never been in a car all by myself. When I got in, I felt like a child. I was elated. I'd never been able to go somewhere by myself when I wanted, how I wanted. When I got in, I almost greeted the driver because I realized there wasn't one. I realized that driver who didn't exist couldn't tell me that my guide dog couldn't get in. I could listen to the music I wanted, and I could do things the way I wanted to do. Again, I felt like a child. I even have video footage on my phone right now that I took when I was in that car because it was a phenomenal experience. When I'm in Los Angeles in a few weeks, I plan to take it again. So in conclusion, I just wanted to bring up that although we will continue to advocate for accessible transportation and things like the metro buses and metro train, this is a phenomenal new source of transportation that we're excited to see in DC, and we hope will be continued to be pushed so that we, the blind community, have another form of accessible transportation. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. appreciate everybody on this panel. Ms. Stanley and Mr. Sherik, I'll start with you. I know you've come before this committee before, and I appreciate your consistency on helping push for this. I had a chance to do a test drive in a Waymo vehicle myself a couple of months ago, and on the streets of DC, and it was not obviously the fully autonomous version yet. There's still a human there. And there were a couple of instances where the human kind of took over to navigate something. So I know that the company, and I assume other companies, are continuing to test their technology, build out the coding and the mapping and all the things that are necessary for it to ultimately run in the district. We'll certainly ask the DDOT director at her hearing when it comes up, but my understanding at least is that we are a few months away, so this fall, where DDOT will be publishing their report on autonomous vehicles. And that will then require us to, I'm not sure if that's going to come with legislation or if we need to work with DDOT on the legislation, but there will be legislation we have to move through. We're also working through a couple other issues around things like, legal liability updates and some other parts of the overall conversation. I remember when we had the hearing a few months back, you both helped share your perspectives on that. And so we're going to continue working on that in this committee. My understanding is that while I don't think it's January 2026, I do expect that sometime in 2026 is when we'll actually see, I don't want to name one company, but when we see fully autonomous vehicles, we'll have that opportunity. So we look forward to seeing what DDOT's going to come back with in the fall and kind of let that be what guides our next steps. But from everything I can tell, they are still on track working through their report and their recommendations. And your very consistent advocacy, I think, is very helpful because it shows the potential here for all of our neighbors to be able to utilize technology like this. And I think there are other residents that will also find this as a great way to open up access to be able to move around even beyond our deaf and low vision community. Blind and low vision community. So I think that we will really see a lot of options and opportunities here. So I'm looking forward to partnering with you on how this moves forward. So thank you. Let me turn to Kai Hall for a moment. And Kai, I appreciated your kind of talking about the time tax. And I think we heard that obviously echoed. Ms. Stanley brought that up as well, because I think it's very real. And I just don't think we actually think about it as explicitly as we should. So whether it is for residents, for example, as Ms. Stanley talked about, the time it takes to just the added time, the time lost to be able to get somewhere, whether it's the time lost in waiting on transit, whether it's the time lost in congestion for drivers. Like there's the time tax by not having a efficient system of our transportation hits a lot of us in a lot of different ways. So I appreciate you mentioning that. I think, and I'm going to bring Mr. Gerardi on this, the budget proposal that really slows down our bus priority investments, I think is concerning, because it means that we're going to do less and take longer to do it. And that absolutely hits the time tax. It is going to mean that for people who are traveling by bus, it is going to take longer to get the bus priority lanes in. For individuals that need to move by car, it means we're not moving people by bus, which means that car congestion continues to pile up. So I think I heard both of you note those cuts are concerns. And again, I know both of you, this is not your first budget either. So we know that we can't do everything we want in this budget. It is a challenging and difficult budget. But sounds like I would surmise correctly that you are encouraging us to find ways to restore some of the lost funding and really try to push the bus prioritization back up the scale.
Yes, absolutely. I would say that that all plays into it of, okay, the longer that we're waiting on implementing these projects, the more that we're going to have problems further down the line with mode shift. I think that there's a lot also in this budget that doesn't deal with DDOT, that is taking us away from our climate goals, is taking us away from our mode shift goals. This is one of them. So whatever money that we can find, and I know that, again, it is a tighter budget year and a more difficult budget year where we may have to think more creatively. about how we get there, that would be really optimal to find ways to do so.
Yeah, council member, if I can just add as well, like, something like 40% of DC residents or households don't own a car. And so investing in infrastructure that supports bus, directly benefits a huge portion of the district's population. And also, if you're looking at it from, what kind of return are you getting on this investment? Like I said, WMATA said that 12% of local subsidies to WMATA pay for bus traffic delays. So anything you can get, they didn't really break it down by jurisdiction. My guess is that for DC, it's higher. If you can speed up buses, you're getting a better return on the investment you're already making into WMATA as well.
Yeah. Mr. Gerardi and Mr. Hall, I'm going to talk about the streetcar for a moment. Mr. Gerardi, do you know how many ATU members are employed at the DC streetcar?
Wanted to say it's about 50 or so. I could be wrong. I will double check with our data department on that. Yeah.
One of my concerns is if we spend 2 years, like I have in the past been a very strong supporter of the streetcar. The budget takes away all the funding, and I want to be very clear-eyed about it. It would be very difficult to go find all the funding to completely restore it and put it back. So I'm frustrated on that front, but I also know that when the circulator was being shut down by the mayor, one of the things that we noted was you're going to start to see an attrition of the workforce because the natural attrition that takes place anyway, when you know that a place is not going to be open for much longer, it's not necessarily the place that you want to go work. So you're going to have a harder time recruiting people just to replace your natural attrition that takes place. But also, I would imagine, like anybody, if you're told, hey, the place where you work is not going to be here in a year or two, you start looking for other jobs. And so we start to see attrition happen faster. So my fear would be by putting a sunset 2 years out, we're going to see service start to decline because the natural attrition that takes place with operators, it gets harder to hire a new operator. We might have more operators that actually choose to leave. What are some of the lessons learned from the circulator wind down that would help inform what we would expect to see at the streetcar related to workforce?
Yeah, that's a really great question. I would say that the main one is that honestly, there were a lot of folks who were staying put at circulator until they understood that this was just going to be a complete closure and not a transition. So part of, and I know that there was a lot that I covered within my testimony, but part of what we would like to see is that, frankly, if we're going to do whatever a next generation streetcar looks like, and my assumption is that the electric bus, if there is a clear idea of transitioning those folks into WMATA, and for that to be, let's say, a BRT line or a bus line with really high frequency and bus priority along H Street going all the way down to Benning Road, that folks will stay put if they understand there's going to be a transition. If there isn't a transition and it's just a close down, that's when we start to see that real attrition happen, because people will be like, okay, I'm not going to have my wages cross-honored. I'm not going to have any seniority at my, new place. So why am I staying put here? Why am I not just going to Alexandria Dash or Ride On, or just applying straight to Metro in the first place and starting to get my foot in the door there? Right. So creating a clear transition plan. And part of what I said in the testimony too, and want to reiterate, is not to say that, look, there is, no universe in which we understand that, streetcar as it was initially envisioned is not exactly doing the exact job. It's not transporting as many people as we hoped it would. It's not having the frequency that we hoped it would. But a lot of that is fixable if we were to do a really good BRT or bus priority program up and down 8th Street and to provide a clear transition plan. Those are kind of our terms there, you know, for saying, hey, that's what a good wind down looks like.
Yeah. Well, I do think it also creates an opportunity if we would think bold and not incremental. If you go take a look at some of the center lane dedicated bus priority lanes in down Route 1, for example, in Alexandria, they have completely transformed the speed by which bus is able to move up and down and make connections. You see significant residential and commercial development that happens along it because now you've invested in transit. They've done it in a way that adds green space and tree canopy. So it breaks up that concrete. So you actually have a much more attractive and visually interesting space. And traffic for cars are still able to travel, but you're really prioritizing that center bus lane. If we want to be bold and think about it, because again, no matter what we're going to be putting at RFK, we're putting something and we need to redevelop that site. It is in the city's interest to do so.
Yep.
Got to connect it by transit. If starting at the Starburst intersection, we had a center lane dedicated bus infrastructure that ran the length of Benning Road across the bridge, you speed up the bus dramatically. And I think you can also reimagine that space. I'd like to see us thinking much more boldly about what we could do other than just kind of calling it a next generation streetcar when it's just a bus with a wire on top. And I'm also concerned that it's just going to be like we're setting ourselves up for a whole nother circulator down the road where we're going to run this independent line separate from WMATA. That doesn't make much sense to me. We should be working with WMATA, build this out, really make it something special, and make it so that it also, much like we saw along Route 1 in Virginia, it really can be a stimulus for residential growth, commercial growth, economic growth, job growth. And I think that's where I'd like to see it go. And I want to push hard on that to really reimagine it in a very different and bold way.
Appreciate that.
Kai Hall, I don't know if you have any thoughts around either the experience we've seen down Route 1, just kind of a regional perspective. It's obviously not in DC, or any other comments you had on that.
Thank you, Council Member. I've actually never been out on Route 1, so I can't really speak to it. But you know, anything that, you know, if you look at any transit project in DC, even, you know, we support bus priority, but even a lot of bus priority projects still maintain the primacy of driving over any other mode, including bus. You know, bus priority is it's a step in the right direction, but anything that will truly prioritize transit, prioritize people over vehicles, you know, we look at that favorably. So yeah, thank you.
All right, sounds great. All right, well, thank you all very much for your testimony. I need to keep moving with our panels. We're a little behind schedule, so I appreciate your testimony, all of you, and look forward to following up as we keep working our way through the budget. So thank you. Let me next turn to panel 4. We have multiple ANC commissioners that are joining us. So let me go ahead and start calling out the names, and then we'll add folks in. I think everybody in this panel is virtual. So we have Trupti Patel, ANC Commissioner and Chair of ANC 2A, Commissioner Vijay Kapoor of ANC 5C07, ANC Commissioner Jeffrey Ruckower of 2B02, ANC Commissioner Ashley Ruff of 7F02, ANC Commissioner Patricia Stamper of ANC 7C06. We have Danielle Gong and Santiago Lotos. Okay. I think Ms. Gong is a commissioner, just didn't sign up as a commissioner, so apologies there, Commissioner. And then Santiago Lotos is a former ANC commissioner and has been frequently here at our hearings as well, speaking on behalf of his community and transportation issues. So Commissioner Patel, let's see if you're there.
I'm here, Chairperson Allen. Let me know when you're ready for me.
We are ready for you whenever you're ready. Go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Chairperson Allen. Thank you for holding this important budget oversight hearing and for the opportunity to submit my comments for the record. My name is Tripti Patel, and I serve as the Commissioner for ANC 2A03, representing the historic Foggy Bottom, as well as the Chair of ANC 2A. I've proudly served as Commissioner for 4 terms, and I'm here today to offer observations and recommendations for improving the effectiveness and efficiency of the District Department of Transportation. First, I urge DDOT to prioritize and address outstanding 311 service requests for repairs, particularly to those related to sidewalk conditions. Residents are waiting far too long for basic infrastructure fixes. Just this past weekend, our community had to hire a private contractor to repair a dangerously damaged sidewalk, an area posing serious ADA accessibility issues. That should be a wake-up call. Residents should not have to take matters into their own hands because the city is unresponsive. The delay is unacceptable and undermines our shared vision of DC as a walkable city. Tripping hazards and unsafe sidewalks are causing injuries and discouraging walking, which pushes residents towards driving or using rideshare services. This is counterproductive to our goals for a healthier, more walkable DC. Until recently, I wasn't even aware of the master pedestrian plan that was created in 2009. I learned about it from Chairperson Emeritus Scott Price, who shared it with me the 2025 DC residents report to improve sidewalk safety. I'd officially like to align myself with all the recommendations in that report and strongly urge that it be implemented citywide. It's long overdue. I hope you indulge me, Chairperson Allen. Although slightly outside of the scope of this hearing, I ask your indulgence to flag a pressing concern. WMATA's Metro Lift program provides a 50% fare discount for residents on SNAP benefits. With looming federal changes threatening eligibility for many, I urge the council to work with GM Clark to ensure current participants can be grandfathered in and that all eligible residents are able to enroll while they still can. As DC's longest serving official who is also a tipped hospitality professional, I speak not only as a policymaker, but as someone who lives the daily realities of the service industry. Hospitality is the second largest employer in our city, yet hospitality workers are too often overlooked, especially when it comes to transportation. To the most common and urgent concerns I hear from workers, lack of safe, affordable, consistent transit options, especially during non-traditional hours, although I'm really excited to hear everybody's been taking the 24/7 bus line, and the highest rate is the third shift work shift hours. A sense that policymakers don't understand or support the unique needs of tipped professionals. You must care about hospitality workers. Tomorrow, the DC Council is set to vote on an emergency bill to repeal Initiative 82, a voter-approved wage increase for tipped workers. Employers have received millions in relief over years, but now when workers are finally seeing some gains, it feels like the council is prepared to take it all back. Let's be real, wages aren't rising fast enough, and hospitality professionals are still being asked to subsidize an industry that reports 7-figure profits. It's time to stop expecting relief to come off our backs or consumer pockets. Go to the source, our employers, and hold them accountable. On behalf of the hundreds of workers I've spoken with over the last decade in my advocacy for economic justice, I urge you to end wage theft and enforce wage transparency laws. Stop financially exploiting hospitality professionals through weak oversight and lack of accountability. Protect gains made through Initiative 82 rather than rolling them back. I hope you take my testimony with the full seriousness and weight that my role as chair and my lived experience warrants. Thank you, Chairperson Allen.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Commissioner Kapoor, let me turn to see if you're there.
Yep. Is my audio okay?
Yeah, you look good. We can hear you too.
I've had some bad luck with the audio, so I had to check. Thank you, Chairperson Allen, for the opportunity to testify. I represent Single Member District 5C07, which includes stretches of Rhode Island and South Dakota Avenues Northeast. I'll begin by thanking the committee for the $1.3 million in dedicated funding for South Dakota Ave safety improvements our community received over the past 2 budget cycles. Those were more optimistic times on many fronts, so I'm especially grateful that we secured this investment when we did. Unfortunately, much of that hard-won funding appears to have gone not toward the urgent engineering work to modernize this dangerous, long-neglected corridor, but rather into redundant outreach engagements that increasingly fail to advance the core case for the project. As testimonies from Ms. Wilkinson and Ms. Kumbal showed, this isn't unique to South Dakota Avenue, but the project's origins may offer this committee a particularly instructive case study for oversight. I do not expect that even if the outreach costs were zeroed out tomorrow, construction funding for South Dakota Ave will materialize anytime soon. But given the witness roster later today and a lack of any brighter ideas, I'll take this time to reiterate the points I've made in more venues than I care to count, let alone list, over the past 2 years. Folks who have heard it all before can watch for cats in the background. Conditions on South Dakota Ave today are unacceptable. They reflect not just decades of disinvestment, but also actively destructive investments that came before. At a time when our fiscal and engineering capacities were far beyond ours today, the roadway was built to facilitate through driving rather than serve its own neighborhoods. The results are a roadway that induces reckless passing and merging behavior, as well as induces the congestion that critics of this project lament. There's ample evidence from similar corridors that, based on the latest vehicle volumes on South Dakota Ave, a 4-to-3 road diet with carefully designed pocket lanes and signaling can vastly improve the safety of the roadway without worsening existing traffic flow. This is simply an investment in implementing modern roadway design standards. But implementing these designs will leave leftover space, and restricting driver access to it is critical for controlling the dangerous behaviors we seek to deter. Without the resources to move granite curbs or pour new concrete, we must rely on lower cost, lower impact materials like flex posts and prefabricated concrete. That reclaimed space could be repurposed for many uses, including 24-hour parking, bus infrastructure, or expanded sidewalks. But along a largely low-density, residential-only corridor without continuous bus service, only one viable option remains. And that's where our political turbulence really begins, because these would be active transportation routes we call bike lanes. I maintain that bike infrastructure is not the primary purpose for the South Dakota Ave Safety Project. Even for projects like Taylor, where MBT access is a major factor, I'd argue these facilities improve safety for all road users by right-sizing space available to drivers, buffering sidewalks, and offering continuous travel paths for everything from strollers to wheelchairs, which are uses that our sidewalks often fail to meet safely. But I also know that the rise of e-bikes and other mobility devices represent a fundamental shift in how people move, with broader impacts than DC alone. This isn't something we can control, but it's something we must respond to. Modern roadway designs and vehicles and enforcement methods don't originate with DDOT or the council or the advocates supporting these projects. We champion these changes because of a deep, probably pathological, commitment to seeing our city and our neighborhoods rise to the moment delivered by regional, national, and global forces, both past and present. It's with this deep commitment that I joined several other South Dakota Ave commissioners last August at the tail end of DDOT's first and thus far only formal public comment period for the South Dakota Ave project in support of the Option 2 concept, which includes two-way protected bike lanes, and why I'd co-sign ANC 5B's repeated asks for expeditious implementation of the Taylor Street Southern Alignment concept. We need to move past repeated debates about whether and start focusing on serious and substantive conversations on how. These are, of course, not the only major issues facing DDOT. I look forward to the advancement of school action plans for Langdon Elementary and Noyes Elementary, and I continue to closely follow the churn of TSIs and post-fatality roadway improvements. I hope to see the advancement of pedestrian transit and accessibility improvements that were detailed in prior testimonies. And on all of these matters, I feel it is imperative that we prioritize the essential work to modernize our transportation infrastructure, even as we face at least 4 concurrent fiscal crises. Thank you for your time and for all that you do. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Appreciate it. Next, let me turn to Commissioner Ruckower.
Good morning, Councilmember Allen and members of the committee and other council members. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm Jeff Ruckower, ANC Commissioner for 2B02, which is in West DuPont, and I'm also Chair of ANC 2B's Transportation and Public Space Committee. My testimony is regarding the FY26 budget for DDOT and is provided in my capacity as an individual commissioner and transportation chair. Mayor Bowser has dedicated the FY26 budget to the growth agenda and creating jobs for DC residents and generating economic activity, benefit and sustain the district during this time of unprecedented uncertainty. It is an objective all of us can and must come together over. I ask the council to consider funding the following DDOT priorities. Georgetown DuPont Circle U Street Bug Connector. fundamental to job and business growth is making it easy as possible for people to get to and from work, school, shopping, recreation, entertainment, nightlife, and back home again. These three neighborhoods are recognized as key activity centers that offer most, if not all, of the reasons people come to visit the district. In 2020, proposed a one-seat ride between these three communities in the form of a circulator extension for the Georgetown DuPont route. That never materialized. However, the need for this is becoming more and more critical as time goes on. The service has a modest price tag that directly supports the mayor's plan to grow jobs and economic activity. Have DDOT work with WMATA to make the U Street connector service with late night weekend operation occur. DDOT should also be directed to work with WMATA to establish replacement service for former circulator routes as part of the next round of better bus improvements. Curbside management improvement. Parking, especially short duration parking, is a perpetual problem in downtown activity center destination neighborhoods. Complaints about illegal parking and traffic obstruction have increased since the pandemic. Double parking has increased, creating dangerous traffic conditions and unacceptable, completely avoidable noise in our communities. The status quo discourages and harms business growth potential. Change or eliminate rush hour restrictions based on contemporary traffic patterns, not decades-old tradition. Provide passenger pickup drop-off spaces throughout neighborhoods. Create driver queuing and waiting spaces for deliveries. Roll out long-delayed pilots of smaller zone parking programs, such as what ANC 2B and DDOT were working on before the pandemic. Include in the curbside efforts a priority improvement of the 17th Street Northwest in DuPont Circle. The hasty pandemic-era revisions to the original design do not provide the intended and desired results and are not serving the needs of the community. Crosstown protected bike infrastructure. I and many others have long advocated for addressing the lack of safe, low-stress, protected bicycle infrastructure for inter-neighborhood crosstown travel. The highest priority projects should be replacement of the Q and R Street lanes with a protected two-way cycle track in R Street from DuPont to the MBT, and replacing the L and M Street lanes with protected two-way cycle track in M Street from Georgetown to Eckington in the MBT. The DuPont Circle traffic circle is a frustrating and nightmarish mess for everyone who uses it. It's not only confusing, it's dangerous, and is a frequent source of traffic jams, gridlock, and even fatalities. DDOT has long identified the Mass Ave lanes as being the cause of most of these problems. I propose an interim plan that DDOT conducts a 1 to 2 year pilot closure of the Mass Ave lanes through the circle, removing those signals from the mix, and see how it works. I ask the council to consider directing DDOT to act on this pilot with the specific intent to produce a full restoration project once financially possible. And that's it for my testimony today. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next, let me turn to Commissioner Ruff. Let's see, Commissioner Ruff, are you there? All right, I don't think Commissioner Ruff's there right now. Commissioner Stamper? Don't think Commissioner Stamper is there right now. Commissioner Gong?
Good morning.
Here we go. Good morning.
Councilmember Allen, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Committee members, I'm proud to serve ANC 4B09 in the Riggs Park neighborhood east of Fort Totten Metro Station. Today, I'd like to ask the council to, one, prioritize funding for traffic safety improvements near our schools, particularly Title I schools, including LaSalle Backus Elementary School in 4B09, in support of the city's Vision Zero goals. Second, please invest in the annual safety improvement program focused on arterial road improvements and Thirdly, please as well fully resource DDOT's sidewalk gap program, urban forestry, and community engagement team. I would like to call on both the council and DDOT to both fully fund and implement the council's Safe Streets for Students Amendment Act of 2022 to include expanding DDOT's Safe Routes to School program. The LaSalle community, which includes many generations of neighbors across wards 4 and 5, has expressed continued concerns regarding dangerous traffic conditions by the school over many years. LaSalle does need to be on DDOT's prioritization list for a Safe Routes to School action plan soonest, or at the very least during 2026. I do commend DDOT's Safe Routes to School team for updating school zone signage 350 feet from LaSalle in accordance with the law, and do look forward to hearing once that is complete. I also do want to encourage the council and DDOT to consider adding internal control mechanisms to ensure more timely compliance with such important city laws. I'd like to thank DDOT for recent improvements to pick up and drop off signage at LaSalle on both Riggs Road Northeast as well as Madison Street Northeast to address traffic bottlenecks at the 2 student entrances. However, we do need more DDOT support to remedy longstanding traffic safety input requests in the school attendance zone. Residents have requested traffic calming measures like high visibility raised crosswalks.
Commissioner Ruckower, I think your microphone might be on. If you could hit mute. Thank you. Sorry, Commissioner Gong, if you want to keep going.
Thanks. Sorry. So I was just going to say residents have requested traffic calming measures like high visibility raised crosswalks and daylighting at 4th and Kennedy Street Northeast, speed humps on 4th Street Northeast, and streetlight improvements on 4th Street Northeast and 3rd and Kennedy Northeast in 5809. Everyone across our city deserves safe multimodal neighborhoods and streets. I would like to echo a lot of the comments today, asking the council to please fully resource DDOT's sidewalk gap program. We do need their help to close sidewalk gaps in the LaSalle walkshed, including on the 5500 block of 4th Street Northeast, which currently has no sidewalks. And I do understand 4th Street has been eligible for at least one sidewalk by law since 2010, in accordance with DC Code Title 9, Chapter 4. The DDOT sidewalk gap team did indicate this April it is feasible in 2026 to add a sidewalk to the east side of 4th Street Northeast and close the sidewalk gap on the 400 and 500 blocks of Kennedy Street Northeast. So I think that neighbors welcome the opportunity to review any proposed plans for comment soonest. SMD 4B09 contains 3 high-speed, high-volume arterial roads on South Dakota Avenue Northeast, Riggs Road Northeast, and Eastern Avenue. DDOT indicated this January there are no arterial safety improvement program projects planned for our increasingly dense community, which is why I urge the council to please fund ASIP safety improvements in this high traffic area. I do know Lamont Riggs and North Michigan Park neighbors have over many years requested pedestrian safety enhancements along South Dakota Avenue. And we also do need DDOT's community engagement team to remain in dialogue with ANCs and residents. So I do ask the council to please resource this vital team. I can go on. We've got a lot to work on here. Continual double parking on the west side of the 300 block of Riggs Road.
Commissioner, I might have lost you for a moment there.
2-hour metered parking zone. And in the absence of planned ASIP treatments, neighbors have expressed interest in traffic control officers on South Dakota Ave Northeast at both Riggs Road Northeast as well as Kennedy Street Northeast. I'd like to applaud DDOT Urban Forestry's efforts to increase shade canopy in tree boxes and traffic medians in 4B09, which in recent years has lost its last significant green space. the urban heat island effect is acute here. And this puts our children, our seniors, at increasing risk for heat overexposure. And I do want to thank this committee for its long-term strategic investments in multimodal road design and infrastructure so that the city's Vision Zero and carbon-free DC goals become reality. Neighbors of all ages report the new no turnout in red legislation is making an immediate impact in how safe they feel walking through our neighborhoods. I've also noticed right away that crossing South Dakota Avenue Northeast on foot, which for me also means accompanied by a 30-pound child in a stroller, has become much easier after DDOT completed bike lanes on Riggs Road Northeast, because it's slowing drivers entering the right turn lane at the intersection. So as a pedestrian, I really appreciate the traffic calming benefits of bike lanes. I do encourage DDOT to partner with WMATA on studying dedicated bus lanes to reduce congestion and improve mass transit options in this area with heavy bus traffic. I've been hearing a lot of concerns from in and around the South Dakota Avenue Road Diet study. The community is concerned about experiencing unwanted congestion and spillover traffic that would worsen air quality and endanger the health of residents. So if DDOT does decide to move forward with the Road Diet study, it is really imperative to first address these concerns. And finally, if the city has insufficient revenue streams for these vital safety programs, I would ask you all as our city leaders to consider funding these investments through equitable revenue strategies rather than regressive tactics like fees or sales like flat sales taxes, which disproportionately harm poor and working class BIPOC neighbors. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. And then last on this panel, Commissioner Lotos, or former Commissioner Lotos. Let me turn to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Allen, members of the committee. I'm Santiago Lotos. I previously was an ANC commissioner. Today, I'll be talking about the massive cuts to the bus priority program. I know the district's in a difficult financial situation, understand the needs for cuts across the board. But with my limited time, I'm focusing on this very high impact funding area that has unfortunately been cut. I would encourage the council to seek detailed context on these cuts and restore the necessary funding. I have some ideas on revenue raisers, so happy to talk about that. Thinking of bus shelter expansion revenue coming from that. Some others actually, happy to talk about those later. As you've heard from others, the program is cut significantly in this capital budget, one of the steepest cuts from what I could tell. This also includes significant cuts in the in-years, which I'm worried will gut or delay existing planned projects that should be going into construction sometime in FY26. I believe it's a reduction of around $6 or $7 million, which is a lot of money. Don't quote me on the number exactly. We can pull up but I was heartened to hear so many great points by others: time tax, equity, climate needs. So I'll skip those, but let me focus on a couple of core points around the program: economic growth, mobility needs, and road safety. Recognizing this is the growth budget, we need to remember what provides economic growth and revenue. It's not just a stadium, it's people and the economic activity that comes with that. In order for people to help the district grow, help our grow our revenue base, et cetera, they have to be able to get to work. They have to go to pick up their kids. They have to go to school, to see the doctor, go out to eat, go to the movies. They have to move around. Study after study shows that reducing transit travel times and increasing mobility drives economic growth. Let's keep that going by making buses a more realistic and affordable alternative. I'll also note these cuts come at the same time WMATA is promoting bus priority as a key pillar of DMV moves to fill in gaps in the Metro Rail network. Not sure if they're going to fill in some of the capital costs. I don't think so. Though I do actually think that WMATA should enhance the overall capital funding for bus priority projects. I don't know how that would exactly work, but if they want to create true bus rapid transit, they could kind of pitch in there. When it comes to safety, bus priority program is actually our lowest cost, highest impact program to tackle high injury network corridors, while also only costing a very small relative amount to some of the larger road reconstruction projects. For example, in one case, a DDOT study, a bus priority project cut crashes by a third and reduced speeding by 98% near an elementary school in the bus priority project corridor. Those are really tangible results. For too long, bus riders have gotten the short end of the stick. I've been left behind. This program is, and in the previous iteration of funding was finally a way to address it. And so I think we shouldn't cut it before it fully has a chance to do so. It's not really all the way there yet. I'll end with a relevant quote on the value of bus priority for context. I would say the quote is, "It's real simple. We can't attract people to the bus if they're sitting in the same traffic they would be in if they were in their own vehicle, where they can control the temperature, the radio, and all that. To attract people to public transit, we have to compete with that. And one way to compete with that is to shave time off of the bus rides." That wasn't my quote. That's not a GG Wash op-ed. That was Mayor Bowser in a speech only 2 budget cycles back. By the way, she's still right. So I'm glad we're all in agreement with the mayor on that. So thank you for the opportunity. I'm a little bit over time. Happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate this whole panel. Commissioner Patel, thank you for your testimony. I think, an earlier witness had also flagged Metro Lift as an area of concern, and it is something there are many, many aspects of what's happening at the federal level that are problematic. But one of the things, if there are huge changes to the SNAP program, and if we end up with individuals that are not enrolled, if we have other programs that are based off SNAP eligibility, then we obviously need to figure out how we don't leave people behind, because it's not like their needs changed. The federal side just changed. So it's a great point. I will certainly be following up with WMATA about how we can ensure enrollment. I also think, frankly, we just have a lot of people who are enrolled in SNAP but are not in Metro Lift, because of course we make people jump through more hoops to get to Metro Lift. And I'd love to think about how we make that more automatic, make it easier, reduce the hurdles and burdens that come with that. So I thank you for that. The other piece I did want to note, and you have been a phenomenal advocate on the 24-hour bus service. And I know I had a couple of questions, and frankly, I had it myself. When I first looked at the budget line looks like the 24-hour bus service is being eliminated. It is not. We've been able to confirm it's actually being rolled into the district's subsidy. So I just go ahead and flag that for many folks who care deeply about this, because on paper, the budget, it doesn't have any corollary descriptive language. So it looks on paper as if 24-hour bus service is being eliminated, but we have been able to confirm that funding is just moved into a different spot within the WMATA budget. It would be great if a budget narrative would explain that, but we found it. And so rest assured the 24-hour bus service is continuing. Let's see here. To Commissioner Kapoor, I don't think I saw a single cat walk behind you this time, but I appreciated your testimony. And when we talk about South Dakota, and you talked about the overall ways in which we can improve safety with whether it's bus priority, whether it's bike infrastructure, it actually benefits everybody because it makes these intersections safer. I think the data now supports that as well. As we've seen from our bus priority lanes that have gone in, we've been able to see that travel times have increased. So people are getting where they got to go faster, and we're seeing crashes and major collisions decrease. Does that track with what you have seen as well? And again, that's good for everybody. That's good for the pedestrian. That's good for the driver. That's good for the bus rider. That's good for the bike rider. That's good for everybody.
Agree. And yes, I've seen that. And one thing I tried to convey to folks who are skeptical of that, about the idea that somehow a road diet could improve their drive times, is that when you have two undifferentiated lanes, we tend to kind of see one lane become the queuing lane for a turn, or the waiting lane for a bus stopping at any given time, or a high parking utilization area where there's going to be parking on that side. And folks who are familiar with the roadway will choose the lane that's likely to be free. Folks who are aggressive drivers who are really seeking to optimize their time at the expense of everyone else's time and safety will tend to stick to the lane with the obstruction in the hopes of being able to make a quick merge. That kind of behavior can be curtailed by simply observing it and building for it, rather than us having two undifferentiated lanes and hoping that in that basically anarchy, we're improving travel times for most folks who are familiar with the roadway.
Yeah, great point. And I think now that we also have some good data that backs that up, that really helps us. And I think that's obviously important, because if the data told me otherwise, I'd want to know it as well. But the data does seem to back this up, and that's both working with WMATA and DDOT to help tell that story. And the personal vehicle drive time really hasn't changed. So we're not slowing folks down who are needing to or choosing to use a personal vehicle, but we are making it safer. And I think it's hard to put a time tax on safety, but it needs to be a priority, obviously. Commissioner Ruckower and Commissioner Gong, you both listed kind of a pretty long list of priorities for us to think through, and so I appreciate that. I think you also talked a good bit about the issues around curbside management. I think we're all frustrated when we see really poor curbside management, because that then creates more traffic congestion, more double parking, and that then slows everybody down. And again, whether you're driving a car, riding a bus, it slows everything down. It also makes it more difficult. I did want to flag that a couple of weeks ago, I introduced a bill that would require the Department of Transportation to establish an automated curbside management system to be able to use technology to better manage our curbside with, I mean, think about, for example, the Uber Eats driver who needs to be able to get in and get out pretty fast to pick up that meal. Having a 45-minute or hour-long or even 30-minute long parking zone for that 3 to 4 minute trip doesn't actually maximize and use that very well. So it's really something that I think we're looking forward to working with DDOT about, but can really help us with the pickup, drop off, the deliveries, manage that curbside in a faster and better way. And so just for folks out there, that's Bill 26-246. And so look forward to working with folks on that one. Commissioner Gong, you'd also talked about LaSalle Bacchus. And so I don't know, I couldn't quite tell in your testimony if you were saying that was waiting to go through the prioritization and developing an action plan, or if you were mentioning that there was an action plan that you want to see implemented. Could you add a little more about that? If you're still there.
Sure. Well, so at this time, LaSalle has not been prioritized for a Safe Routes to School action plan during either 25 or in previous years. And so my observation has been a lot of the schools in and around 4B and 5A have gotten Safe Routes to School action plans. This is wonderful. And a lot of schools are similarly situated on major arterial roads. So I think a lot of the concern and a lot of the frustration and feedback I'm hearing from LaSalle families is why not us? Like, are we also not deserving of safer traffic conditions? So the ask would be, of course, in my mind, like, would love a Safe Routes to School action plan soonest, post haste, but at the very least for prioritization in 2026 if possible. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you. One of the issues I want to dig in a little bit more with DDOT when the director comes for the agency hearing, because this is somewhat related, is frankly their capacity, which isn't necessarily a budgetary issue from a capital dollars and putting the funding in. It is, however, a budgetary issue from an operating budget. So we haven't talked much about the damage that's been done by the actions of Congress to freeze $1 billion of our local tax dollars from their FY25, the budget that we're in right now. The reality of it, though, is that for the last couple of months now, the district has essentially had a hiring freeze in place, which I know is impacting DDOT's ability to hire individuals to fill vacant seats. And again, you will always have a normal attrition rate where people are either finding new jobs, they might be retiring, and we're unable to fill those positions. So what we're going to be in, I think we're actually already in it, is that we are going to see decreased capacity by DDOT on the operating side from a staffing perspective to do the design, to do the planning, to put the efforts in place, which may be disconnected from having available capital dollars to make some of the improvements. And so I want to explore that with the DDOT director. I have seen that DDOT has shared with the community in some places they're down to 40% capacity of what they would normally be able to do. If that's true, what we're seeing is a really diminished capacity of DDOT to get the work done. And I think we need to help tell the community that and make sure people understand if they are that disadvantaged because of the hiring freezes, priorities and projects that you and I would otherwise expect they should be able to move around turn around on a pretty fast basis may not be able to happen right now, even if the capital dollars are in the budget. And so I I flag that as, just one example. For example, I don't know for sure, but if the LaSalle Bacchus campus could be a victim of that as well. And I think we want to make sure all of our good friends in Congress understand the deep impacts of what they've done here. So I appreciate that. And we'll look more and dig more into that with the DDOT director themselves. And then Mr. Lotos, on the bus priority side of things, I think we've kind of banged this drum a few times during the hearing today. So I think certainly give you a chance if there's anything else you wanted to add to it, but we certainly feel like the reduced funding is really going to have an impact on our ability to deliver that bus prioritization.
I would add two small things that I think are relevant. One is, I'm not sure if this is last year or if it was the year before, part of the mayor being able to close the budget gap was the certification of the revenue coming from ATE. And I believe I'm not sure what component of that included the analysis that there would then be bus lanes where those cameras would be enforcing. Because if you have less bus lanes, then you're going to have less revenue. And this is more of just like a general flag. I don't think that fines and fees are a good way to close the budget gap, but I'm worried maybe there's also another hidden budget gap that might come from that. If we're building less bus lanes, we have these cameras that were supposed to bring X amount of money, but really they bring Y because we don't have enough bus lanes for them to be enforcing on. I just think that could also be something. And the one thing I quickly plugged this in my testimony, but with the reissuance or the sort of resolicitation of the bus shelter franchise agreement and the expansion of the overall amount of shelters, there's going to be a gap between sort of like a number of shelters that will be more than the existing amount. And given that I think all of the money right now goes into the general fund, I don't know how much of that the future potential funding would be factored into revenue calculations, but maybe some of that gap being dedicated to like from the new shelters revenue being dedicated to actually bus priority. There was a fund a while ago, I think it got swept. I think you worked on this to be like bus priority or enhancements or something of the sort. I feel like this could be a good revenue filler for that could then contribute to the capital cost. But those are my small little thoughts.
Yeah, no, we'll take a look at that. What we have seen, unfortunately, budget after budget, is when we do create funds that are intended to go towards safety improvements, go towards delivering services. The very next year, we see a lot of those funds be slow walked and knock it out the door for what they're supposed to. And then we see all the funds swept and go back to general fund. And it feels like Groundhog Day, but we keep trying to keep the focus and priority on improving safety on our streets. So I appreciate it. All right. Well, I appreciate everybody's testimony. Thank you all very much. And I'm going to move to our next panel, public witnesses. But again, knowing that the budget just came down a couple of days ago, I know that everyone's worked hard to pull their testimony together, and I appreciate that and look forward to engaging with you the next couple of weeks ahead too. So panel 4, we have Carrie Savage, who is the Chief of Policy with the Parents Amplifying Voices in Education, aka PAVE. Kiana Lamons, Parent Leader with PAVE. Sharon Boone Ruffin, a Parent Leader with PAVE. Anna Rodriguez, Parent Leader with PAVE. Andrews, Parent Leader with PAVE. Elizabeth Reddick, Parent Leader with PAVE. Tracy German, Director of Student Support with the Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School. And Katisha Webb, Adult Learner with the Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School. And I think that Ms. Rodriguez is not able to join us, but hopefully we can get her written testimony. All right, but I think we've got everybody else. So Carrie Savage, if you're there, why don't I start with you?
Great. Good morning, Chairperson Allen, members of the Committee on Transportation and Environment, and committee staff. My name is Carrie Savage, and I'm a Ward 1 resident and the Chief of Policy at PAVE, or Parents Amplifying Voices in Education. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the budget of DC's Department of Transportation, or DDOT. DDOT's work has played an essential role in PAVE parent leaders' vision for safe passage to school and making sure that every child, regardless of which school they attend and what method they travel, can get to school safely each and every day. You'll hear from a number of PAVE parent leaders today on their personal experiences that demonstrate the two key components of safe passage that fall under DDOT: school crossing guards and traffic infrastructure. So I'll use my time to highlight what we have heard from both parents and our coalition partners on what to prioritize. First, school crossing guards. They are essential in making students feel safe as they cross busy streets to get to school. They are also some of the first adults that students may encounter on the way to school, and a friendly and familiar face goes a long way to starting the day off right and helps prevent accidents and protects pedestrians. Last fall, DDOT released a crossing guard deployment plan. As of January 9th this year, there are 38 vacant positions per DDOT's performance oversight responses. DDOT noted a high turnover rate and difficulty hiring and said they were planning to develop a survey to understand more about the issue and ways to address it. This is an important step, and I hope this committee inquires about the development of that work. While we understand there is currently a hiring freeze and this is a very tight budget year, we hope DDOT fills these positions as revenues become available. Especially in light of a challenging budget, DC should prioritize the retention of current crossing guards, making crossing guards feel valued by providing supplies for harsh weather, facilitating introduction and communication with schools to help build a sense of community, and providing career advancement opportunities are some of the top strategies we've heard in our conversations. Next, school traffic infrastructure. Given the persistently high rates of safety issues, especially traffic fatalities east of the river, we must be laser focused on improving traffic infrastructure in school communities. We appreciate the time and detail that DDOT puts into its actions plans for schools and for sharing their selection process. In the future, we want to see this process prioritize schools that are most at risk, regardless of sector. We are also glad to see a process for schools to report an emergent issue when they fall outside of the action plans. In the launch of Traffic Safety Issues, or TSIs 2.0. Still, there are two major concerns. It took an average of 145 business days from the date a TSI got prioritized until the safety improvements were installed in the field in FY24, or the latest data available. DDOT noted that only 7% of traffic safety issues related to school safety were received in Q1 of fiscal year 25, and 4% were processed. Especially given the challenge with filling crossing guard positions, we hope to see the response rate for school safety issues increase and the time it takes to respond to decrease as much as possible. Even more important, the communication about this available process is not strong. School leaders in our coalition were not aware of this protocol, even when some attempted to report incidents that happened right outside of their school to contacts at DDOT. While we appreciate a response to the ask for a school-specific process, the intended outcome will not come to fruition if no one is aware of it. The budget notes $5 million in overall savings for DDOT and an agency restructuring, so it is difficult to tell from the budget books how the mayor's budget proposal will impact each of these programs. I encourage this committee to inquire about the impacts for these key aspects of safe passage to school. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. I hope that you are willing to work hand in hand with parents, partners, and community members to ensure students get what they need and deserve each and every day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Savage. Let me turn next to Kiana Lamons.
Good morning, Councilman Allen. My name is Kiana Lamons. I am a proud Ward 7 resident and paid parent leader. All my children attend DC public schools. I'm here today to speak about the critical importance of safe passage. Ensuring we have safe transportation options for all our students each and every day as they travel to and from school is essential. Providing safe and reliable options for our students to help make sure that our students show up to school each day ready to learn. Without safe and reliable transportation, our students are not being set up for success. The safe passage ecosystem involves many different players, each with their own role to play. This includes crossing guard. As DDOT evaluates the FY 2026 budget, it is important that they make sure adequate funding is available for recruitment, retention, and training of crossing guards. I have seen the positive impact that crossing guards can have on our school community. I have also experienced difficult situations when crossing guards have not been equipped with the tools that they need to navigate difficult situations, including students fighting and conflict with parents. Crossing guards need consistent training to ensure that when a crisis or conflict occurs, that they have who to contact for rapid response. In order to have safe passage, you need to have strong communication and the manpower to implement different tactics. This is why DDOT should also increase recruitment retention effort for crossing guards. Crossing guards can play an important role in getting our babies to and from school safely. Let's make sure that they have the tools they need to properly support our students. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Thank you for all your work throughout this past year to help make sure our students are safer. I am hopeful that this work will continue and we will partner to ensure all our students have a safe way to get to and from school. I am happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lamons. Sharn Boone Ruffin, please.
Good morning, Councilmember Allen. I'm Sean Boone Ruffin, a Ward 8 resident and a paid Ward 8 and citywide PLE board member. I'm also a Dunbar High School Engineering Academy and Hope Tolson Public Charter Academy parent. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm excited to share my perspective as both a parent and an educator on the importance of safe passage. Each day, students across the district travel to and from school. Each day, students are exposed to unsafe situations as they travel to and from school. This must be stopped. We must provide our students with safe passage. Providing students with a safe way to get to and from school can help to lower truancy rates, leading to increased classroom learning time, and potentially leading to an increase in performance in math and reading. If our students do not have a safe way to get to school, they might not go. They will lose out on a chance to develop their math and reading skills, to learn more about the world around them, to cultivate their passions, and ultimately are losing out on a chance to set themselves up for success. I have to drive my daughter to school each day as she commutes from Ward 8 to Dunbar High School. My daughter is a driven and motivated student who has a plan to graduate school early next year. She deserves a safe way to get to school that does not involve taking a bus and a train and then walking 22 minutes by herself without a supervisor along the way just to get to school. After school, my daughter attends a college-bound program, only a couple of blocks away from Dunbar. However, when she's on her walk to that program, she has to cross over New York Avenue, which can be very dangerous for pedestrians due to traffic and reckless drivers. Instead of having my daughter walk to the program, I do my best to pick her up and take her across the street, literally 2 blocks away, to the program. Crossing guards would make her commute much better from Dunbar to her OST program she participates in safer. I urge DDOT to consider how they can further expand crossing guard placements and ensure that they are present when students are heading to and from OST programs at the end of the school day. This will help our students access OST programs safely and give them a chance to develop a new passion and grow new skill. I know we are in a difficult budget year, which is why I'm urging the committee to ensure adequate funding is available to support crossing guard operations. We will do our part as parents. Please do your part as council members to protect our students to the utmost. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Next, I think Anna Rodriguez is not able to join us, but let's turn to Ty Andrews now. Ms. Andrews, are you there?
My apologies, just one moment.
Good morning, or sorry, good afternoon now.
My apologies for that. Good afternoon, Councilman, and also to other constituents present today. My name is Ty Andrews. I'm a proud Ward 8 resident and parent of 2 children, Terrence Jr., who attends Plummer Elementary, and Amari, a student at McKinley Tech. I also serve as a parent leader with PAVE, the first vice president of McKinley Tech's PTO, and a member of the LSAT at Plummer Elementary. I'm here to talk about something deeply personal, which is the safety of our children on the way to and from school. My students, especially my counterpart students in Ward 8, rely heavily on public transportation, but the metro can be dangerous. Kids are exposed to violence, drug use, and harassment. Public transportation is also unreliable. Delays make it nearly impossible for students traveling long distances to get to school on time. Many families like mine can't afford to drive or Uber our children to school on a regular basis. It's unsafe and unreliable transit, and it should not be our only option. A crossing guard could have made a life-changing difference for 12-year-old Paisley Brody, who was hit by a car while crossing the right-of-way. at the end of last year. That's why I'm calling on DDOT and the council to do more to support safe passage efforts. We're asking DDOT to, one, expedite urgent traffic safety requests from schools like crosswalks, speed bumps, and additional crossing guards. And there needs to be a rapid response system, not just a form and a long queue. Number two, improve the crossing guard program through consistent hiring, placement, and better communication within schools when changes happen. We also need stronger recruitment and retention efforts, which would show through extensive training as well. I'm grateful for the work that has been done thus far with our Department of Transportation throughout the city. However, I hope that this coming year brings real visible progress for the city as far as safe passage is concerned. Thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions or follow-up.
Thank you very much, Ms. Andrews. Let's turn next to Elizabeth Reddick.
Hi, good afternoon. Ellen, okay. My name is Elizabeth Reddick. I am a Ward 7 resident and a PAVE parent leader on the PLE and city boards. Firstly, I would like to thank you, Chairman Allen, for being so vigilant in holding DDOT and other agencies within your committee to the highest standards of accountability. I know that we are facing a tremendous budget crisis right now, but I would like to offer a very simple solution to address safe passage and specifically traffic fatalities. The Department of Motor Vehicles has updated their driver's manual to adjust for bus lanes and traffic circles. However, the average citizen, especially children, may not know how to navigate traffic with these new safety barriers that have also become safety hazards. While Mayor Bauer's Vision Zero DC policy is designed to transform DC's roadway safety efforts, it did not come with a pedestrian education supplement, nor does it address human factors in traffic fatalities. These such structural changes have actually created some extremely dangerous situations for non-licensed bicyclists and pedestrians, specifically those traveling with animals, with mobility aids, and those with limited knowledge about how these safety measures affect pedestrian passage. Some of those human factors include playing in and around the street on the actual barriers, crossing in between cars and distracted drivers. This is not an attack on pedestrians, it's an acknowledgement that unsafe behaviors are occurring. One solution that I am proposing is to fund the AAA Safety Patrol program for DC schools. It should be a partnership between MPD and DDOT to include safety techs, also known as crossing guards, safety control officers, and the Street Smart campaign. There are many budget cuts happening. However, under the State's Transportation Alternatives Program, also known as TAPE, I do believe we could reasonably take a portion of those Safe Routes for School initiative funding to address the concerns that I previously made. We need to ensure that persons protected by the American Disabilities Act are also a part of this conversation. Eligible activities under the TAP project specifically focus on safe routes for non-drivers, so I think this ask is appropriate. Chairman Allen, I know that you and your team will do everything you can to investigate and realize this opportunity if it is at all realistic and possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reddick. Next, let's turn to Tracy German with the Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairperson Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Tracy German, and I am the Director of Student Support Services at Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School, which has campuses in both Ward 5 and Ward 8. For nearly a decade, I've worked alongside adult learners across the city, helping them access the education and resources they need to advance their lives and careers. Today, I'm testifying in support of the Adult Learner Transit Subsidy Program and its continued investment in the success of adult learners in DC. At Academy of Hope, we serve over 1,000 adult learners throughout the school year who are working toward their high school credentials, industry-recognized certifications, and post-secondary and workforce readiness. We pair rigorous instruction with wraparound supports including transportation assistance, because we recognize that the path to academic and career success is often obstructed by persistent barriers. Transportation remains one of the most significant of those barriers. Currently, 568 of our learners are enrolled in the ALTS program. This subsidy has been critical in helping them travel to and from school, including classes, credentialing programs, job readiness sessions, and testing appointments. In our most recent self-sufficiency survey, 10 of our learners identified to be in crisis with transportation. We were able to connect all of them and any additional learners who express interest to the ALTS program. For those learners, this program not only addressed a financial burden, but directly impacted their ability to attend and persist in school. The effectiveness of the ALTS is clear. It directly reduces the cost barrier to education and supports learners' consistent engagement. However, we are also seeing concerns amongst our learners related to overall safety while using public transit. Adult learners of all ages have expressed hesitancy around commuting, particularly in the evenings due to fear of crime or unsafe encounters. While the ALTS addresses affordability, we also urge the Council and DDOT to work collaboratively with WMATA and other agencies to improve safety on public transportation routes, especially for vulnerable and older adult learners. As someone who has worked with adult learners in DC for nearly 10 years, I want to express how vital it is that the ALTS program remain intact amid any pending budget changes. Adult learners are working hard, many while raising families and juggling jobs to improve their futures. We cannot afford to place another obstacle in their path. Transportation should never be the reason a student is forced to stop out. Thank you again for your time and continued support of adult learners, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. German. Was Katisha Webb, was she with you? We had her sign up as one of the adult learners, but we don't see her logged in. I wasn't sure if you might be in the same room.
No, but she is not with me. I'm not aware of her status.
Okay, all right. I don't know if maybe there's a conflict, so what we could maybe do is we'll hopefully try to get Ms. Webb's testimony separately to follow up afterwards. Okay. All right, thank you very much. Let me turn then, Carrie Savage, I'll start with you. And I think several of our parent leaders from PAVE testified about something similar. One of the first things our committee does when we receive the mayor's proposed budget is we take a look at the agency's vacant positions to see which are funded in the budget and determine, do we want to maintain those positions in the hope that they can figure out how to fill those positions, or do we look at vacant positions and actually remove those positions to fund other priorities? That could be creating a new program or converting those vacancies into a new position or new role. In previous years, we've maintained vacant crossing guard positions, hoping they'd get filled, even though, as I think we've testified about this multiple times, we see this kind of grouping of vacant crossing guard positions year after year. It is a frustration to every school community out there. This year, as we're going through the budget, it appears that the mayor has actually swept the vacancy savings from those vacant positions to then balance other parts of the budget. So what we're seeing at the moment, we're going to dig in with DDOT on this later, it seems like the FTE positions are still listed. So if you look at the number of vacancies, like you talked about the 30 plus positions, it looks like those positions are sitting there waiting to be filled. But in reality, it appears the funding has been removed from them, or almost all of them. And that means that in addition to lifting the hiring freeze, we would now have to find a bunch of money to add to DDOT's budget for any new crossing guards to get hired. So it's kind of, the cynical person in me would say it's a way to cut crossing guards without saying that you're cutting crossing guards, to leave the FTE on paper, but not actually have any funding there. So I just wanted to flag that for you, because this is an issue every year about crossing guards. I think we all want them. We need more. I've yet to meet a school community that feels like they have enough. So I just wanted to flag that for you. I didn't know if you had noticed the same thing as you guys are looking through the budget. So Ms. Savage, can I turn it to you if you had any reaction to that?
Yeah, thanks, council member. And I apologize for being off camera. I switched into transit mode after testifying, but I appreciate you flagging the sweeping of the vacancies. And I think, you know, in the spirit of a tight budget year where we know we're going to have to make hard choices, I'm looking through DDOT's performance oversight hearings and trying to address the vacancies for crossing guard positions in the past. One of the strategies they used was even just like part-time staffing from other folks in DDOT in an attempt to plug holes. And so I'd be curious to see what their capacity is, to see if there's ways we can leverage that in the absolute must in the meantime. And I think beyond that, I would be curious. I think the bigger thing we've heard from schools is in the event there are shortages, gaps, changes in like who you're able to deploy for crossing guards. I think just like reiterating that step one has to be communicating with the schools so that they know somebody isn't going to show up on their corner. It is not ideal to have school staff step in, but I think that's one of the things we've heard from a lot of folks is if somebody had just told us, we would have figured out even a that day short-term solution. So like as we're, you know, trying to finagle all of these different tight budget challenges, I think communication to me is one of the paramount initial steps to make sure that DDOT is taking.
Yeah. Okay. When it comes to crossing guards, the other issue that we hear, and I'd really welcome our parent leaders from PAVE to weigh in, because your parents, and so I know you care deeply about making sure that your kids and other people's kids get to and from school safely. One of the challenges that has been brought to us is that with the drug screening requirements to qualify for a school crossing guard position, the screenings are excluding otherwise qualified candidates. And specifically, it's candidates that are testing positive for marijuana use. Now, you can use and consume marijuana legally in the district, but this does not distinguish between that. So it could be that someone legally consumed marijuana several days ago, but they would still test positive, and they could be eminently qualified for the position in every other category, but they failed the drug test. And that's been highlighted for us as to one of the reasons why we are having and carrying such vacancies. Now, I realize it can be a difficult subject to think about, should we make changes to it? I guarantee you there's someone on Twitter who will say, well, Charles is talking about this, and so he just wants someone who's high on pot to be waving your kids across the street. That's not true, of course. Not a single one of us is saying that we want anyone who's impaired to be able to serve this role. But we are talking about a substance that is legal to consume, but the tests can't distinguish between legal consumption several days ago or consumption in the morning. Very different than if you had legally consumed a glass of wine or a beer the night before, but then you come to work the next morning. Very different testing. And so we have to decide, do we want to change any type of drug testing or screening? And I'll obviously caveat that with the obvious statement, but we just need to make sure it's said. Not a single person would be advocating that anybody should be impaired in any way whatsoever on the job, but we're talking about a testing regime that can't distinguish between legal consumption several days ago and current impairment. So would welcome any of your thoughts about that, because it's something we're wrestling with. Should we look at changing any of those testing standards if that's one of the things we're hearing about is a really significant way that we have a hard time being able to fill those positions that would otherwise be qualified. It's a tricky issue, and we're just trying, and I think reasonable people can kind of think about this in very honest ways, try to think about how do we get this done the right way.
I wholeheartedly agree, Councilman. I think that rule should be changed for testing because there are a lot of level-headed people who have to consume due to medical conditions, and it does not affect their ability to work. So I agree with you wholeheartedly that rule should change, that initiation for hiring should change, because I think we will have a lot more, our children will be more safe changing that rule versus keeping that rule in place and not being able to keep up with employment capacity. I think let's choose the lesser of the two evils. in this type of case, and that would be changing that modification for hiring, that testing changing the testing for hiring.
Yeah.
I disagree.
Okay.
I think it should remain the same because we are dealing with children, and we cannot distinguish whether this person can function while they under the influence. And we do not want to play Russian roulette when it comes down to our children and their safety of getting to and from school. However, if the department can warn them in advance, say, hey, you got testing coming up. If you have anything in your system, they can set a date to get their system clean, to take the test, to pass the drug test. If it's as far as required by the doctor, then that's just a case by case basis. But we need level minded. So we cannot say how this person going to react when they under the influence. So we won't okay that at all.
Yeah. Well, to be clear, no one's talking about anybody working under the influence, whether that's alcohol or anything else. This is about the testing. But you're actually, I didn't plan it this way, but the two of you speaking about this to me really highlights how very reasonable people can kind of come at this from two different perspectives and both want the exact same thing, of course, which is we want to have school crossing guards. We want to make sure that we have that safety. And that's why this issue is so tricky, is that thoughtful, reasonable people can kind of just come at it from two different spaces. And that's what we're really wrestling with. So I really appreciate both your
What
perspectives
about,
on that.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but what about just verifying whether or not they do have a card, whether or not it's medicinal? How can we just put in a process to
Under the current rules, even someone who has medicinal marijuana, a card, they are not allowed to consume for this position because it's
right? I'm asking, can that rule change? If it's medicinal, then they are allowed. But if it's not, just to try to get on the same page with my counterparts. I don't agree, but I'm willing to accommodate.
Yeah, well, that's what we're wrestling with is as a safety sensitive position, even with a medical card, that you wouldn't be allowed to. So it could be, like you said, that maybe that's a path forward, is that it's only if you have a medical card. But anyway, I think you kind of get the sense of what we're wrestling with, trying to think about what that could look like. And I know the DDOT director who had raised this issue with me has thought about it as well. So hopefully we can work together and try to find something that works on that.
Chairman,
And we're not expecting
Ms.
people
Reddick.
to come to work and talk.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, I can't hear who's talking. I thought Ms. Reddick was talking, but I can't tell.
well, I was trying to. So I was going to perhaps offer this, that there are positions that are safety sensitive that require testing. And from the language that I have seen, and I can follow up with your office, it says that if a person, legally can, have this requirement, that it just has to be annotated and documented. But if it is suspected that that person is under the influence while like on the job or something like that, it's handled a different way. And I also want to add that just because a person may have CBD in their system, there's several different strains of it. And if you're getting it from a reputable like dispensary, you would know, because I do have a child that, uses medical marijuana. They're not all the same. And some of them don't have that euphoric, feeling or what have you that people have concerns with. It's primarily supplementing for his Adderall. So, people that are legally, consuming Adderall, they're going to pull up positive on a drug test, but there is a provision in that, because if you have a prescription, then you're, it's handled a different way. So I think that the proper thing to do would to be, speak to people in the testing community, that does the drug testing, and then also to speak to some of the providers that are licensed to do medical marijuana, and let them tell you, what their concerns about it is, because if it's truly just about safety, then those medical professionals will be in the position to be able to explain it better than any of us could, because we just have opinions, we don't have science.
Well, your opinions matter, so I appreciate it. It's helpful, and I didn't mean to put him on the spot, but that's really helpful. Just kind of get your different perspectives on this, and I think, frankly, it's pretty reflective of kind of just the conversation and the wrestling that we're having around this. So, so thank you all very much, Ms. German. I wanted to ask you as well. I think we've talked about this before. Transportation is obviously one of the biggest barriers for our students' success, especially our adult learners. And when we look at our learners in our subsidy programs, we've got the Kids Ride Free as well as the Adult Learner Transit Subsidy. We're still trying to dig through the budget to make sure we have a good understanding of how much is allocated to each specific component. But I did want to ask you if, to your knowledge, are our adult learners able to pair the Adult Learner Transit Subsidy with other benefits, such as the Metro Lift program, which offers a 50% off Metro Bus and Metro Rail trips?
So yes, if they are eligible, they can use both. And so we, for our students that are eligible for Metro Lift, we have been helping them get signed up for that. And we have, some of our learners that are seniors, and so they're able to get the senior card and use the Adult Learner Transit Subsidy program. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I think combined, that can actually greatly reduce the overall transit costs. I think one of my concerns, as I mentioned on some of the other panels, is how do we just make it as easy as possible when people have to, get enrolled and prove eligibility for one program, then have to prove eligibility all over again for the next program, even though it's the exact same eligibility, then do it again and again and again. It starts to get harder and harder for folks to reach and get access to what they need. So we're going to keep working on that. And obviously while we don't know exactly where some of the congressional federal actions are going to land on SNAP eligibility, as an example, I think we're going to try to talk to WMATA about making sure that our residents don't get penalized from a transit subsidy perspective if Congress makes the mistake of changing and reducing SNAP eligibility, which is going to hurt people. And we're going to have to figure out how we make up for that on the local side.
Yes, absolutely. To speak more about that, so the Kids Ride Free, we also serve adults that get Kids Ride Free up until 21. We're able to provide those cards, so even if they lose them, and we do have a population of students that, are transient, they lose documents, they lose cards. And so it is a lot harder to replace a Smart Trip card because of the cost than a Kids Ride Free card that comes from DDOT and is distributed through the school. So I think that's something to consider, is looking at cards that we can give out. So it reduces the cost, especially for our students that are experiencing housing instability.
Yeah, got it. Okay, that's helpful. And we'd love to keep working with you on how we create these protections in there for your students and obviously other students and adult learners that need this. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody, on this panel. I'm going to move to our next panel. But again, my thanks for your testimony. Look forward to continuing to engage with you. So for panel number 5, I think also online, we've got Barbara Meeker, public witness, Alberta Paul, public witness, Nicholas Deladon, who's the chair of the DC Safe Streets Coalition, Nancy Eleanor Shevlin, public witness, Tanya Martin, public witness, Silva Walker, who's a trustee with the Michigan Park Christian Church, Robert Walker, board chair of the Michigan Park Christian Church, Rodney Foxworth, who's the lead coordinator with the Save South Dakota Avenue, Riggs Road, Taylor Street Coalition Against Bike Lanes, Jocelyn Johnson, public witness, and Maura Brophy, president and CEO of the NOMA BID. So good afternoon to you all. And Barbara Meeker, if you're there, I'll turn to you to kick us off.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you just fine.
Okay, let me, there we go.
There we go. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk to Councilmember Allen and to the committee. My name is Barbara Meeker and I live in Ward 2. I live on our street northwest between 16th and 17th Street. I have lived here for more.
Riggs Road, 6 years ago, the Lamont Riggs Sizzlers
Association. Then Ward 5 Councilman Matab, ANC's 485A requested DDOT study.
Okay, I've lived here on our street for more than 3 decades. From my front window, I see both a block of our street, which is one-way going west, and the intersection of our street with 17th Street, which is one-way going south. On our street, I see a painted bike lane, which is heavily used by cyclists. While on 17th Street, there are these protected bike lanes with the bollards protecting an area from anything other than a bicycle going on it. They're on both sides, which means there's a bike lane going the wrong way on a one-way street. And those protected bike lanes are rather lightly used by cyclists. For my observation, having looked at these for a number of years now, the arrangement on our street works well. Although there is heavy traffic of all sorts, including many commercial vehicles, emergency vehicles, trash trucks, and just plain cars, it works because of the painted bike lane. This painted bike lane is about half the width of a regular traffic lane. It's not wide enough to tempt a car to drive fast, but it's just wide enough for one vehicle to pull over while another manages slowly to get by. All the traffic can continue to move. In contrast, on 17th Street, the traffic is constantly blocked. Emergency vehicles, delivery trucks, trash trucks, and ordinary cars are totally blocked when any other vehicle is stopped in the very narrow single travel lane. Since this is a budget hearing, my strong recommendation is to save the city some money by having a pause in the installation of the protected bike lanes, especially in the particular couple of blocks on our street that I've observed this, but to continue to meet the needs of both cyclists and other traffic by maintaining these painted lanes where they're appropriate. I also want more generally to express my strong support for public transportation, especially the metro buses. These are the real alternative to private vehicles. I use Metrobus often. I frequently notice the online schedule mentions driver availability as a reason for delay. Buses need drivers and we need buses. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, council member and residents of the District of Columbia. My name is Alberta Paul. I live in Ward 7. DC Department of Transportation is determined to ignore the cries of its residents, businesses, commuters, and tourists. This cry is clear: make all streets accessible to all users and safe to use. Their approach is to continue to design and build more bike lanes, protected and unprotected, change directions of one-way streets, narrow many streets, and eliminate parking, violating residential parking agreements with its citizens. Funds need to be allocated to research, analyze the use, the need, and safety of all the bike lanes and trails. No attempts over the years have been made to this effort. Many safe routes need maintenance, while those that are extensively underused remain in place, impairing the safety of all users. The city is only 58 square miles, yet the agency indicates there are 123 miles of bike lanes of some sort, which means all new plans are targeted at going further into residential neighborhoods. This must not be allowed. The budget must be used to maintain the current routes, finalize and announce that the city's bike lane networks, including trails, are fully complete and will be monitored for use and maintained. Signage that clearly directs users on routes must be kept updated and shared with the end user. Adoption of additional modalities of transportation should be eliminated, such as extension of the streetcar network, which is a financial disaster that has delivered economic doom among local businesses in the quarter. It is a reality to all of the supporters of this effort. Financing a heavy cost such as this for the few users who desire it as is a no-brainer. All citizens in the district are impacted by such foolish use of funds. Roadways, sidewalks, alleys, unexpected sinkholes, updating of traffic signs, and even welcome to Washington, D.C. signs that are missing, such as the one at Southern Avenue and Branch, which has been missing for over a year. Safety education and ads need to be implemented for all users. Bikers must be licensed and insured, just as motorists are. They do cause accidents and damage or injury to innocent walkers and motorists. Let's avoid this reality. The agency should look how these education and licensing programs have been implemented in other jurisdictions in this United States. No new design should be implemented for any new bike lanes or new modes of transportation. The city will not grow new land for such expansion. Let's direct our attention around refining what is in place, removing obstructive elements of any design, such as curb extensions, flex posts, delineators that remove parking and commercial parking, remove use of public space throughout every ward for Hertz, Avis, and Zip cars everywhere throughout the city. Redo bus lanes that also have protected bike lanes on the bus routes, given if someone breaks down, the bus is stopped. Minnesota Avenue Southeast from A Street to Pennsylvania Avenue is a disaster. Protected bike lanes on both sides. When a bus breaks down, all traffic stops. The last incident was in March 2025. Traffic was backed up from A Street to Pennsylvania Avenue for over 4 hours. Finally, only engineers should be allowed to approve all infrastructure plans, not bicycle specialists who consult outside the agency with engineering firms that merely tell them what they want to hear. DDOT engineers are never consulted, even when they do and tell them the turning radius is not safe. They are ignored. It doesn't mean they're opposed to bike lanes. They're saying that turning ratio is going to be tough and dangerous. I have to call you back.
Okay.
Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Council member? Hello? I can't hear you, council member.
They're having issues, technical issues in there.
Oh, okay. But did you all hear me?
We could hear you on Zoom, Alberto.
We can hear you, Alberto. We can hear you.
We can hear, yes.
Ms.
on
Paul, we
Zoom.
heard you just fine. Let's turn to our next
Yeah, we can
scheduled
hear
speaker.
you.
That's Mr. Del Don.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Am I next? Thank you for this opportunity, council member.
Wait a minute, Nick. I think they're still having issues.
Okay.
Mr. Del Don, we can hear you just fine. If you can go ahead and start your testimony, I'll just jump in after you speak to turn us to the next speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, my name is Nick Deladon, and I represent the citywide coalition known as DC Safe Streets Coalition. And I want to talk this morning about the proposed protected bike lane on Grant Circle. The DDOT has issued a notice of intent, and the construction should begin later this summer. The deadline for comment is June 12. This with the budget crunch that we're in, this is an unnecessary expense and it is dangerous. It is well known that crashes occur most likely at intersections. Traffic circles are nothing but intersections. Grant Circle has 8 intersections, and double that for in and out, it would be 16 intersections in a single circle. And if you put a protected bike lane in there, you're going to have to open up the bike lane in order to allow for the 16 entries and exits. The study by the Insurance Institute for Highway Safety shows that protected bike lanes do not protect you if there are frequent interruptions. So, for example, alleys, driveways, and intersections themselves. So you're never going to get a protected bike lane to take you through an intersection. The protected bike lane has to stop at the intersection. So on Grand Circle, there are 16 entrance exits, and every 30 or 50 feet, there's going to be a break in the protected bike lane. It is a foolhardy objective. Not only that, but the plan for the circle is to remove a traffic lane to make room for the protected bike lane. And the question they don't ask is, where will the traffic go? You're not reducing traffic. You're reducing the road. So the answer is that it's going to go on the side streets. So do you want a traffic congestion on the circle, or do you want it on residential side streets? It would be easier to have bikes go on the side streets, and they can be directed to do that, but DDOT hasn't done it. The DDOT has already installed a protected bike lane on Capitol Hill on Pennsylvania Avenue. And even the ANC complained that it diverted traffic to the side streets, which was unanticipated and unwanted. There isn't room on the side streets for volumes of traffic. DDOT studied and published the results of their evaluation of Pennsylvania Avenue before and after, and they say that the number of crashes dramatically increased for right turns. On a circle, that's all you have. You have a right turn to get onto the circle, and you have a right turn to get off of the circle. There is no left turn on the circle. There's 16 right-hand turns. Now tell me where the accidents are going to occur. They're going to be right on the circle. So I would say that our coalition has made a canvas of the neighborhood, and we find people still saying that they didn't know there was going to be a bike lane. They don't really know what is going to be installed. They didn't realize that this is going to happen. This is a continuing problem with DDOT, is that they're not engaging with the community sufficiently. If we did a canvas, they can do a canvas. If we put up a poster on the circle, they can put a poster on the circle. It's not that impossible, but it has to be, some effort has to be put into place. Our coalition has expanded its focus to include bike regulation. We noted that this week Japan has announced that they will have bike regulations beginning next year. And if they can do it, we can do it. We already have regulation for some kinds of vehicles, and that can be expanded to include electric bikes, for example, and regular bicycles. The bike transit in the city is the only mode of transit that is unregulated and needs to be regulated. We've also taken an interest in public transit, so I commend the other speakers on this panel who have asked for improvements in public transit. If you're going to encourage people to give up their cars, you need to give them an option that is viable for them to go around the city without a car. And some of us are not going to be big on bikes. Those are my comments. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Deladon. Now, can you hear me now, Mr. Deladon?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So we were able to hear you all the entire time. We had a small issue on our side. We have fixed that. So thank you very much for your patience there. But just want to make sure you know we were able to hear your full testimony. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, Tanya Martin. Oh, I apologize. No, Nancy Eleanor Shevlin, then Tanya Martin. So Ms. Shevlin, then Ms. Martin.
Yes, thank you very much, Councilman Allen and DC Council for listening. My name is Nancy Shevlin, legal, it's Eleanor, and I want to make remarks at this hearing about a number of issues. I will also say that I agree wholeheartedly with the comments of Barbara Meeker, Alberta Paul, and Nick Deladone. Congress's cancellation of DC's 2025 budget, coupled with other recent financial factors, has resulted in a budget crisis that demands us to judiciously rethink DC spending priorities. This rethinking is especially true when it comes to DDOT and the city's transportation needs, infrastructure, and public safety. Among the logical transportation areas to cut are the protected bike lanes, funding to WABA, and the DuPont Circle Deckover project that's slated to begin in just a few weeks. I know that horse is out of the barn, but it's a complete waste of money. When DC has been ranked the 5th most bike-friendly US city, bike lanes replacement and design have often lacked strategic thinking and attention to safety. Poorly placed, ill-designed protected lanes are dangerous for the elderly, disabled, school children, and more, including cyclists whom they purport to protect. We heard some of them from the highway transit that Nick cited. The massive platforms that often accompany these projects also pose hazards and are often illogically placed. Consider the Columbia Road one in front of a critical care clinic. While these platforms are part of a road diet plan that has reduced traffic lanes to a single through lane, they worsen congestion considerably and pose various dangers, including encouraging vehicles to travel in the wrong lane. What I would recommend is that rush hour priority bus lanes make much sense in many areas, but only if the bus-only designations are enforced. Incorporating circulator routes into existing WMATA routes was promised, but this service has not always happened with this new Butter Bus plan. The frequencies with which delays occur due to the unavailability of bus drivers needs to be addressed and more funds allocated to help recruit and retain drivers. The elimination of portions of routes that force bus patrons to make metro connections to complete their journey has increased trip cost. This channeling of bus riders to the metro has long been at work and has proven to be a financial hardship for many seniors, those economically disadvantaged, and even those debating the affordability of public transportation. I believe that DDOT should help WMATA in all of these issues. Finally, calls for public comments on all transportation projects should include a proposed budget cost. Costs affect the visibility of such projects. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shevlin. Next, let me turn to Ms. Martin.
Greetings, Tanya Martin, Ward 4, since birth. I keep coming to talk about the same problems every time, and I guess I'm getting fed up. First of all, traveling in DC has gotten so crazy. You requested everybody to come back to work, and now they cannot even get to work on time. The street designs have caused so much chaos. This city is not built. It's too small and it's not built for this type of infrastructure. It's so much going on. I mean, trying to get back and forth. You got the cars, you got the bikes, you got the scooters, you got the cycles. It's just too much. You're going to continue to have fatalities until you get this under control. I keep saying this. but no one seems to listen. I've asked you over and over again. I've been asking for years, where is the street? I asked for a traffic street survey. I'm not talking about one where you email it out to specific people. Back in the day, they had it where they put a machine on the street and it would tell you how much traffic is going down each street. I live on the 3900 block of 5th Street. If you had did that, you would have known that my street is a pathway to 5 major hospitals. Everybody comes down here all day long. I have a neighbor I've been asking for 4 years. For some reason, DDOT thought that it was an alley. It is a driveway. We don't pay you to think. Because if that's the case, I want somebody to think some numbers so I can win the lottery. This lady, every time her family and she comes out her driveway and someone is riding fast in the bike lane, she almost hits somebody. So when she hits them, I'm going to help her sue the city. So just get ready to tell a lawyer to judge that. When you don't make a wrong right, that's what happens. Every form of transportation in DC should have a license and insurance. I was in a meeting with you, Council Member Charles Allen, and you specifically said you do not think that bikes should have a license plate and insurance. That is a form of discrimination. Do you know what discrimination means? Let me give you the definition of discrimination. It is when you unfair treatment of a person or particular group of when you treat them differently. So that's what you're doing to people like me. Not only am I a senior, I'm a disabled and I'm a veteran. So you didn't take in consideration of that when you did this. I'm gonna keep talking about it. You, in order to fix this problem, you need to get it in control because they're out of control. They ride in the streets, they're hitting people's cars. So do you think it's fair for people to have to pay when their car's hit by these people? Do you think it? Tell me that. You think I should have to pay when they hit my car, a bike hit my car? Do you think that's fair for me? Explain it to me, because you're gonna have to explain it to me because I'm gonna keep talking. Because I'm gonna tell you the next time a bike hit my car, I can guarantee you, I'm gonna get my $250 car deductible for my insurance. And then we all going to see how this is going to work out. It's unacceptable that I have to pay a car insurance and get license tags. And these bicycle riders, they just riding through. And until you get it in control, you're going to have more traffic violations, you're going to have more crashes, and you're going to have more accidents. So just explain that to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Martin. Let me turn to Ms. Walker now from Michigan Park Christian Church.
Good afternoon, Councilman Allen. I'm here to testify on the behalf of Michigan Park Christian Church. I am opposed to a protected bike lane on Taylor Street for numerous reasons. For one, my understanding, the budget's supposed to be focused on high injury networks. Taylor Street is not a high injury network. We've had 4 accidents this year. Most of them have been minor. One, I believe, Miss Wilkinson, she mentioned earlier, and then there was another one that was between 2 cyclists on Taylor Street. And where our church is located, it's virtually, I don't think there have been any accidents right there at all, but they're very minimum, and it's been that way year to year. So I don't see what the purpose is for putting a protected bike lane on Taylor Street. But there are other measures that we could be taking if you wanted to improve the safety, such as using the ATEs. There are the street humps that would improve the safety on the street. There is some congestion usually around during rush hour in the morning and in the evening. But throughout the day, it's not a lot of traffic. It doesn't get real congested. The big fear is that if you were to put a protected bike lane on Taylor Street, that number one, the streets have a tendency to be they're narrower around Taylor Street. And that if you put a two-way, what they had said to us, proposed to us, is to put a two-way protected bike lane on Taylor Street, which would take up a lot of space. In order for them to do that, they had suggested that they may have, that we may have to get down to one lane, and that the street would become one way, which would create a lot more congestion on Taylor Street. And we would have difficulty with the emergency vehicles. People will lose their parking. We have a lot of people in the community that are elderly, seniors, and also they have disabilities. Our church has a lot of elderly and disabled people. We do need the parking. We need the street parking. Unfortunately, we don't have enough land to really put a really decent parking lot there. And we've been using, like other churches in the community and in DC, we've been using street parking. And we've always done that. And usually it's a land issue. We provide a lot of services, and we're going to have to provide more in the near future with all of these budget cuts. I just spoke to someone last week, and we were trying to come up with a plan to address some of these gaps for seniors and for other people in the neighborhood, such as getting food and other resources to them to try to fill in the gap for DC. As Alberta mentioned, there are other alternatives that we could be using that we're not using. The 123 miles worth of bike lanes we already have, there hasn't been any kind of study to see how they're being utilized in the first place. And if some of those bike lanes can be leveraged to maybe satisfy some of what the people in Ward 5 would like to use as a bike lane. We don't see, the ones that I see in the community don't get used, in the surrounding communities, so such as Bunker Hill. I've never seen anyone on that bike lane or close to Costco, as I think I mentioned that to you the other week. Those aren't being used. So, the impact on us will be great. And the end result is, who is it going to benefit? And the amount of money that would get spent. My understanding, to put a protected bike lane in costs between 133 to 536 miles. So I don't know how many miles is in Taylor Street, but it looks like it could be several $1 million that we could considerably be wasting when those funds could be used elsewhere. The high injury networks, we're not included in any of it. New York Avenue, Southern Avenue, North Capitol Street, Wisconsin Avenue, Rhode Island Avenue, M Street, Benning Road, Eastern Avenue, Jersey Avenue, and 8th Street. We don't fit into any of those categories. I think I might be almost done here. But I mean, I'm going to just kind of confirm with everybody else too that I think improving the bus structure would be helpful. And I want to also thank DDOT for correcting the deficiencies in our sidewalk, because I was a victim too. I fell because of the trip hazards on the street, and now they've all been fixed. So I thank DDOT for doing that. That's been a blessing. And I don't think I have anything else to say, except for thank you for allowing us to speak, hear our comments, and I hope you will take into some of the considerations of the comments we're making today.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Ms. Walker. Next, let me turn to Robert Walker, Board Chair of the Michigan Park Christian Church.
Good afternoon, Chairman Allen and members of the Committee of Transportation and Environment. My name is Robert Walker. I'm here to testify and speak on behalf of Michigan Park Christian Church. I want to speak about the Taylor Street Northeast Protected Bike Lane project during this Committee on Transportation and Environment's budget oversight hearing. Our concern is the current design, the proposal that it must be a protected bike lane. What about another type of bike lane in our specific vicinity? We are primarily concerned with the area of Taylor Street between Michigan Avenue and South Dakota Avenue. Beyond serving as a place of worship, the church serves a broader community by offering health services, historically, weekly Bible study classes, and education through our education wing, which has provided schooling to hundreds of DC residents over the years. The church also participates in programs that feed needy families in the Washington, D.C. metro area. We want to expand our offerings to seniors and youth in our community. As my wife Silva just mentioned, we're looking at ways to expand our services to seniors. The proposed project threatens our church legacy by severely restricting access to parking, which is essential not only in our congregation, but also for the school operating in the church education wing. My concern is public engagement and engagement with Michigan Park Christian Church by DDOT and DC government members and associates. There has been no engagement other than engagement initiated by our church. Literally no engagement since the time when we, the church, became aware of the project. No opportunity to propose alternatives. What about a non-protected bike lane preserving parking? In our specific block, a converted sidewalk on the south side of Taylor Street could be considered. There are some similar sidewalks, bike lanes within a 2-mile radius of our church. What about a bike trail through Howard University's property, which is not being used? We have heard that there have been successful engagements with a few churches in DC. Can some of these solutions be considered? I urge this committee to exercise its oversight authority and revisit both the substances of DDOT's decisions and the process behind Taylor Street Protected Bike Lane project. And our concern includes looking at the data and safety analysis, make sure you evaluate the impact. So again, does it have to be protected bike lane or are there other alternatives? In closing, I respectfully request that you direct DDOT to engage Michigan Park Christian Church and more members from the neighboring community in planning of the bike lanes and addressing other areas of public safety, including pedestrian safety. Thank you for your time and attention. That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walker. Next, let me turn to Rodney Foxworth.
Thank you, Chairman Allen, for the opportunity to testify before the Council's Committee on Transportation and Environment regarding DDOT's budget. I'm Rodney Foxworth, lead coordinator of the Safe South Dakota Avenue, Riggs Road, and Taylor Street Coalition. Jeanette Mobley is our coordinator. We oppose these projects and bike lanes across the city in general, given how DDOT presents and engages with communities regarding project justifications, data, and their management of the process. At the same time, we've offered to help, realizing DDOT is only doing this job given interpretations of DC law and related agency policies, especially since none of these 3 projects were on DDOT's 5-year bike lane plan, nor its high entry network. We ask that DDOT budget for bike lanes, protected bike lanes, collectively known as bike lanes, be frozen or cut significantly until it reforms how the above is managed, including how it'll only include comments from DC residents who live within blocks of projects to measure community support, provide safety, as well as existing and projected bike ridership data for each project. Include chances for impacted communities to comment on the study safety's design, data, and incorporate comments or not with explanations before the study begins. Not present options until the study is complete. Add a do-nothing option to the study with data reflecting the impact if nothing's done, and this applies to all DDOT studies. Provide projected cost estimates and annual maintenance expenses for these projects. And lastly, to ensure that it is not biased in support of bike lanes. We believe that DDOT's data does not justify spending millions of taxpayer dollars on hundreds of bike lanes across the city. And we all know that a majority of bike lanes in the city are empty most of the time. We sponsored 4 community meetings where DDOT presented their safety study plans or designs to install bike lanes. In all of these meetings, the majority of residents who live near the project oppose them. For example, for South Dakota Avenue, DDOT's data says that speed camera data for the proposed road diet in Lamont Ridge shows that 99.3 to 99.7 of the traffic is compliant. So that's only 0.3 to 0.7% of traffic going faster than the 35 miles per hour speed limit. It should be noted at the same time, South Dakota Avenue is not on DDOT's high entry network, and their data shows speeds crashes trending lower. How DDOT selects bike lane projects, engages communities, and manages the process. For Riggs Road 6 years ago, the Lamont Riggs Citizens Association, then Ward 4 Councilmember Todd, ANC's 4B and 5A, because we're split between both wards, requested DDOT conduct a study of the Riggs Road South Dakota intersection to improve safety. Our request noticed the intersections increased traffic, new residential commercial development, speeding, and accidents. DDOT never responded, and for the last 6 years, ignored this community's elected leadership and residents. But from mid-2023 to April 2025, DDOT installed a bike lane on Riggs Road in less than 2 years. And we quote from the June 2024 DDOT document that I sent to council that says, the bike lane suggestion came from one Ward 5 resident. Really? One Ward 5 residents? How was this added, especially when we're not aware of any evidence that our elected officials supported the project? The bike lane is not attached to The bike lane is not attached to anything. It's the bike lane, we call it the bike lane to nowhere, and DDOT never provided data regarding current or projected bike ridership. For Taylor Street, a number of residents and our coalition believe that there was an overdependence by DDOT on impacted Ward 5 ANC commissions to engage with all residents when in reality, it didn't happen. As a result, a significant portion of residents found out about the projects after the fact, with many ANC commissions already having voted for it. Residents who opposed the projects felt blocked from serving on their ANC's transportation committees. And we've seen a lot of instances on supporting petitions and letters where people don't even live near the bike lane project. In contrast, the majority of opposing petitions and letters came from residents and a significant number of seniors who live near Taylor Street. This is very critical, Councilmember, because we see no evidence that DDOT requires people to live near a bike lane project in order to make a comment. So any advocacy group can ask their members to flood DDOT with comments in favor of bike lane projects, even though they don't live anywhere near the project. And DDOT uses these comments as evidence of community support, which may not be true. We get projected data for the proposed football entertainment complex. Why can't communities get data for current projected bike lane ridership? Or perhaps DDOT doesn't have the data. In closing, we are spending millions of dollars of our taxpayer funds annually. Given all the above, and at a time when up to 25,000 DC residents may lose their DC Medicaid coverage without reforming the system of installing bike lanes throughout the city, that is very expensive and clearly traumatizes a significant number of DC communities. That completes my testimony. Happy to answer any questions and sending my revised comments to the council's HMS system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foxworth. And yes, if you have updated comments, we would appreciate your being able to update that, and we'll make sure we update the record with that. Next, let me turn to Jocelyn Johnson.
Okay. Good afternoon, Councilmember Allen. My name is Jocelyn Johnson. As you know, I'm a Ward 4 resident. I've been a resident of DC since 1962. And I am also a member of DC Safe Streets, the DC Safe Streets Coalition. And pretty much I'm just echoing most of what you've heard today from all over the city and everybody's testimony. But I did want to kind of focus on a couple of things because it's important. This budget season is like nothing DC has experienced ever, with money shortages. And what money we do have, we are talking about, we're taking seriously, putting a stadium in for the billionaires And, although they want to kick us $2, we are talking about putting money into that. We're talking about we have to keep the money up for Capital One. We have to deal with the issues for Medicaid, the budget, the normal budget. And pretty much someone said earlier, you all, the council, the mayor, must rethink your priorities. This time is serious. And it may be from what you've heard today, bike lanes, continuing on this bike lane excursion is probably not the smartest expenditure for the limited money that you do have. We have brought to you all, the council, concerns that we have had if we're going to keep this going on. We have requested that there is taken seriously the safe streets aspect of this issue about with buses, WMATA, bike lanes, whatever. We want to level the playing field, and we do want to talk about safety. And I don't see how you can seriously have safety as what the council's primary concern is and should be, without making sure that everybody who utilizes a DC street has insurance, has a license, that has some kind of indicia on it that says they know the laws of the DC streets, and that vehicle, be it a bicycle, an e-bike, a scooter, whatever it is, has a tag. I know you've told us as recent as December, when you came to the mini commission meeting, that you didn't see that was necessary. It's very necessary, because as long as people can be either causing accidents that drive bicycles or a victim of an accident, it's not fair and it's not right that there's not an identification that can be picked up from a camera, from the policeman, that shows what the tag is, so you can get to the person officially who is responsible for that accident. That needs to happen, and it's well overdue. There's a whole lot of things that should be said, and I want to say, but I think that pretty much everything has been said. But I do hope that you will take the issues that you've heard today regarding DDOT, and one of the key things that you've heard today and before is that they are not always responding to the needs and the follow-up of things that the residents have reached out to them to address. We need to have some kind of enforcement put on the side of legislation from the council that has a requirement that says DDOT will have to, you will have to enforce that they are following up on the request and the thing in the installation of bike lanes or whatever it is, the lights, the lack of lights, stop signs. There has to be a way that we don't just keep coming back and saying, city council person, why does DDOT not follow up? So it must be that enforcement is needed, so that there's a way that you can make sure that they are following up with what they are getting from the residents of the city. We need to have that. And again, just to wrap up my comments, since I'm pretty much saying what everybody's saying, we don't have the money to spend in these bike lanes. You just don't have it. If we had everything covered, grocery stores in Ward 7 or 8, and we have enough money to make sure no one loses their Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security isn't cut, that kind of thing, then maybe we can do stadiums and we can do bike lanes that are not enforced or used. But since we have limited funds, we don't really have the money to put in the area here. And I think we want to believe that our council is listening to us when we say, spend our money on the things people really, really need. So I'm asking that you would consider, maybe this is the time to put the moratorium on bike lanes. We get a chance to see which bike lanes work, which ones don't work, where enforcement is needed, where enforcement is not being done, and we'll have an opportunity to come back maybe in the next.
Johnson, we're pretty far over. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll be able to do that.
Okay.
Thank you, and I'm available also to answer your questions.
Let me turn next to Maura Brophy, who's our last witness on this panel.
Great. I'm gonna try to fix my lighting. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Good afternoon, Councilmember Allen and members of the committee. My name is Mara Brophy, and I'm the president and CEO of the NOMA Business Improvement District. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the fiscal year 26 budget for the District Department of Transportation. I am testifying today in support of the mayor's inclusion of $50 million across FY 30 and 31 in the capital improvement plan for the construction of the 3rd Street NOMA pedestrian tunnel. I have been advocating for this project since 2021, and I can tell you with confidence that the need for this project has never been more clear. I recently met with someone with very early ties to the neighborhood, and he told me that many people thought that it was completely crazy to bring a metro to this part of the city when it was initially proposed. WMATA defended the project with projections saying that one day, 10,000 people would eventually pass through the station on a daily basis. Earlier this year, we hit 30K in one day. In celebration of this milestone, the BID and WMATA hosted a celebration during the morning rush hour. This gave me the chance to stand and observe foot traffic patterns during peak ridership hours. As I stood at the station's north entrance, I watched a constant stream of hundreds of people round the corner at 2nd Street and Florida Avenue. All of them would-be users of the new entrance. I'm very proud to report that the NOMA Gallaudet U station is the only station in the WMATA system that is beating pre-pandemic levels of ridership. The success of the station is clear. The problem is that the station has been so successful in catalyzing growth and development and in bringing people to the neighborhood that its original design is not sufficient to meet this growing demand. The NOMA BID has worked diligently with local stakeholders, DDOT, and elected leaders like yourself over the years to address these challenges and develop plans for the pedestrian tunnel that we are exceedingly eager to see to fruition. We have also garnered support from the surrounding communities in wards 5 and 6, as well as the immediately affected advisory neighborhood commissions, ANC 5D and ANC 6C. We have previously passed resolutions endorsing this project as well. We are grateful that this funding has been included in the mayor's proposed budget. It was previously included through allocations of $5 million in FY27 and $45 million in FY28. Now the funding is in FY 30 and 31 respectively. We understand and appreciate the increased challenge of managing this year's budget and are grateful for the mayor for including this important project in the budget. But we urge the council to consider bringing the funding forward so that we can see this plan, this important project come to fruition. This project has been in development for years and will ensure that we leverage an existing public asset to advance the district's Vision Zero goals, expand our transportation network, and foster continued economic growth and development in the NOMA neighborhood. The longer this project is delayed, the longer it will be for the district and its residents to benefit from this project that will bring this much needed jobs, revenue, and safety. The ability to maintain mixed-use, transit-oriented development throughout the city is key in the overall resiliency of the district for the coming years, and the construction of the 3rd Street pedestrian tunnel will contribute significantly to the district's ability to do so. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brophy, and thanks to everybody on this panel. I had a couple of questions. Let me try to follow up on to Ms. Walker and Mr. Walker. You know, I had what I thought was a pretty good conversation with some of the Michigan Park Christian Church leaders a couple of weeks ago. And one of my takeaways from the leadership of the church was really what it sounded like at the end of the day was many people within the leadership of the church feel or felt disrespected by the DDOT engagement. I did ask the question, is it the process or is it the outcome? And everybody was insistent. It was just the process. And I wanted to try to ask, since you think the mayor hasn't engaged the right way or has been in whatever way disrespectful to the church, what are the ways you'd want the mayor to change the community engagement process then from what she and her agency has been doing previously on this?
I'll just say mainly just engagement. Since we've learned from the church, it was we learned of it first time in 2023, and then as we've been learning more about it, we hear consistently.
2024.
2024. I'm sorry, and what we've been hearing consistently or pretty regular. I've heard it a few times a day. Other areas where people just weren't engaged, or it's already a done deal when you hear about it. So you don't get a chance to like, what are there other alternatives that could be considered? And like the main one, like I heard earlier, even though there are studies about protected bike lanes, reducing fatalities and those kind of things, there's also, I heard studies that just bike lanes and bike lanes period reduce fatalities. So are we at a point in our neighborhood, especially where you must have a protected bike lane, or are there other alternatives? And
Well, wait, so sorry, Mr. Walker, what I'm trying to get is the process, right? Because when we met, everyone said the outcome's not what we're focused on, it's the process. We feel the process wasn't right. So what you're saying that the mayor and her administration only contacted you in 2024 for the first time?
Never contacted us.
Never contacted us. Never.
We
never got a
from
contact.
we heard from other people in the community. We've never been contacted. We've reached out. All the engagement.
But I thought I heard someone say you've hosted 4 different meetings with DDOT.
Not us.
No, not us. It wasn't us. We didn't host it. No, it wasn't us.
We had
only one.
But you were at the meetings?
I was at one meeting. We asked for exit, but basically, I think different organizations within the community have hosted meetings with DDOT.
Yeah.
Okay, so you would want the mayor to have her agencies do direct outreach to you and earlier. That's one, right? Okay.
Yes, and for when decisions are made, some real reasoning, like why we made this decision, or at least be able to explain why one alternative over another, or to even give you a feeling that things were considered. It seems like from the time my engagement's been involved, it's like first time we heard about it's a done deal. Then we've heard things where the first change, I think, only occurred because there was pushback. We pushed back, and then immediately there was a proposal to make it a better situation. So that was good. But then it was still never been direct conversation. It was always sort of like just talking at you or talking indirectly to you, like we'll meet on our own.
But it sounds like you just said they made changes after that feedback.
Yeah, they made, what I'm saying though, is what I'm getting ready to get into. They made changes, but it was more, we'll meet amongst ourselves, then we'll come back to you and say, oh, we made this change, but you still didn't get the feeling that you were a part of the conversation other than you're the adversary.
You're not engaged. They engaged the ANC, and they engaged people who submitted that resolution. That's who got engaged.
Okay,
and then they have discussions with them. They didn't talk to us. They didn't talk to us at all. We had one meeting with them, and when I send in emails, I don't get a response. It's
I
like
guess the part I'm struggling with is hearing you tell me that you brought feedback to them, they made changes to that, and then you'd say that they didn't engage though. Because that,
now let me clarify.
Again, and we've talked about this before, there's not an expectation that we're all going to agree on every single issue out there, but I do expect engagement. I do expect conversation. I do expect that respectful dialogue from those agencies. But it sounds like you brought concerns and issues to them. They revised and made changes to their plans. I think most people would count that as they engaged. They made some changes based on the feedback.
Well, okay, let me say this. I don't think it was engagement from our perspective. I mean, you didn't, it was like I said, we just pushed back. Then it came back saying the main pushback was, hey, we're going to lose all our parking. With the original plans, there was a bike lane plan for South Dakota, bike lane plan for Taylor Street on both sides of the street. That would have been like 100% of the parking for us, because we're on the corner of the two.
Okay.
So when we pushed back, we never got a direct conversation, but I guess, we did push back, ask for a meeting when then we heard yes of the proposed change, but again, it hasn't been a direct engagement. That's one of the main things.
Okay. Well, I do, and I know you and we've talked about this before, that the ANC, if we're saying that we want the agencies to pay close attention to the community, and then the locally elected advisory neighborhood commissioners from the community are the ones they engage with, I do think, and if the ANC then says we support project X, Y, or Z, that is indicative of community support. Now, obviously, and I think we heard some earlier panels too, if you believe, obviously, Ms. Martin, you disagree, you say ANCs are worthless, they're your elected officials. If you disagree with your ANC commissioner, then there's elections, and you can choose to have somebody else elected. But the election of somebody from the neighborhood is who the agency and who the government's going to look to, because they're elected from the neighborhood. I don't believe they represent the totality of every stakeholder, which again is why, as you and I have talked, it's important to have more engagement and have that. All right, well, I appreciate it. I'll reach out to your Ward 5 council member as well to check in with him on the latest in terms of what he is looking for as well. Ms. Brophy, I wanted to ask you a little bit about the NOMA tunnel. I am concerned about the delay, the pushback of I believe it's 2 years in the capital budget. How do you see that having an impact on the plans for the area if it's pushed back another 2 years or so?
I think that the longer this project gets pushed back, the more expensive it will get. So I think that we know that this project needs to get done, so it's important for us to prioritize it. I do want to be clear, I'm very grateful to the mayor for including it, and I want to thank everyone who's worked so hard for many years to get this into the CIP. But I think that the moment for this project really is now, if not years ago at this point. I mentioned the growth that the station has seen in terms of ridership. The existing passageways to the station, especially from the northeast part of the neighborhood, are insufficient to meet existing demand, which we know is still something that's increasing given the number of housing units and jobs that exist in the neighborhood. So I think that the longer we wait to see this entrance open, the longer we wait to see the station fully and maximally benefit the neighborhood.
Yeah. And my recollection is that many moons ago, when this was first envisioned, the private property owners also made several decisions around development, essentially foregoing construction of what could be businesses or housing to create the plaza. So we did ask the private side to make intentional choices about their design, anticipating this tunnel. I will say I am concerned, like you, I'm glad it's still in the budget. I'm disappointed it's sliding back. That's better than being out of the budget. But I am concerned when we have other projects like this where we work with both public and private partners, that if we don't hold true and actually deliver on what the public commitment was, then we end up having private partners that won't make the same decision the next time around.
Yes, so the developer who built a building where this metro entrance stands to be carved out space in the building itself, so foregone revenue producing space to protect the ability for this project to move forward. That was done both because the developer felt so strongly about the importance of this new entrance, and also the ANC worked very hard with the developer to make sure that the project could move forward when we got the funding. So you're right. There's been a lot of longstanding commitments to this, and like I said, legitimately genuine revenue producing space was not built in order for this station and this entrance to come. So I do think that it's important for those of us who have been working on this for so long to do our part to make sure that it can come to fruition.
And I do think the NOMA Metro investment is just a phenomenal example of a vision for an area, knowing that it needs to be served by transit. And when we invest in transit, it really does help drive development that follows. And that's housing, businesses, job creation, everything from grocery stores and coffee shops to retail, parks. And that feels like that's the experience that NOMA has certainly benefited from.
General Manager Randy Clark would say where Metro goes, community grows, and that certainly has been the case in NOMA. The station is one of a few things that were very smartly done, both in terms of investment and policy decisions that made NOMA what it is today. We really look at Metro as a true catalyst for the development and growth that we've seen here, and we know that there's still more to come.
Got it. Thank you very much. And I know you've been a little busy earlier today as the Dave Thomas Circle is no more. And
It is no more. It is now
congratulations.
maybe Peanut Johnson Plaza.
Absolutely. So I want to go out there and check it out in person myself. But congratulations on a huge project that the NOMA bid, DDOT, and many others were a huge part of.
Yeah, thank you. It's a great morning to celebrate the grand opening.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. All right. I appreciate everybody's testimony. We are going to have the DDOT hearing next week. So all the testimony today is really helpful as we get ready and prepare for DDOT's hearing. I'll note again, because the budget was just released last Tuesday, many folks are still digging into the budget and making sure. So I certainly welcome folks who did not testify or anybody who wants to amend or add more to their testimony so that we can have that in. The record's going to stay open through June 17th so that we can have all that in, but understand having had the budget for about 6 days, a lot of folks are still digging into it to find out what's in there. So please feel free to continue reaching out to the committee and add more to the testimony here, which will help better prepare for us as we move forward. So this is going to conclude the committee's first budget oversight hearing on the District Department of Transportation. Again, I want to thank all of our witnesses. As I mentioned, the record is going to stay open through June 17th, and people can submit testimony to the council's hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. Until then, we will have the government testimony from DDOT next Tuesday on June 10th. The next scheduled meeting of the committee, however, is going to be this Friday, June 6th at 12 p.m. That's when the committee is going to hold its government witness portion for the budget oversight hearings on the Department of Energy and the Environment, the DC Sustainable Energy Utility, and the Green Finance Authority, also known as the DC Green Bank. There being no further business for the committee, the time is now 1:57 p.m. and this public hearing of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is now adjourned. Thank you, everyone.